Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Sudan's paramilitary rapid support forces say they've arrested several of their fighters accused of committing abuses during the capture of the city of Al Fasher. Prince Andrew, the brother of British monarch King Charles, is stripped of his prince title. At least 49 people have now been killed after Hurricane Melissa leaves a trail of destruction in the Caribbean. Now, Sudan's paramilitary rapid support forces have said it's arrested several of their fighters accused of committing abuses during the capture of the city of Al Fasher. Meanwhile, UN officials have warned that large-scale atrocities were underway in Sudan's Kordofan region as paramilitary forces advance, while residents in Al Fasher, a key city in the neighbouring Darfur region, were being subjected to mass horror. For more on this, I'm joined in the studio by Al Arabiya's geopolitical security analyst Riyad Kawaji and Michel Olivier Lecharité, head of emergency operations at Médecins Sans Frontières. Thank you so much, Riyad and Michel, for joining me in the studio today. Riyad, let's start with you. Who are the main military factions involved in this ongoing unrest that we are seeing in Sudan?
Well, for several years now, for the past 2 or 3 years, we've had the armed forces and the RSF. The RSF and the armed forces jointly were part of the movement, the coup d'etat that toppled the previous president, Omar Bashir. RSF originally was born out of militias in the area of Darfur. The former regime had employed warlords over there to help in subduing uprisings in that part as far back as 2003. So the genocide and atrocities in that part of Sudan is not something new. It did not start just a few weeks ago. This has been ongoing since 2003. Then again recurred about 2015. I was amazed at the number of studies and researches in peer-reviewed journals about the genocide and atrocities committed in that particular region for the past 20 years. And it's still the same people, the RSF, that were previously militias. The commander, General Dagalo, known as Hamiti, was also a warlord. And he emerged and rose to power, and he was given a military title, made a general, as a reward for his, contributions and subduing the revolt or the uprising in that part. And we've been seeing this. It's mostly like ethnic between Arab and the African tribes down there. And as in most civil wars, this one has seen a lot of ethnic cleansing. Genocide as one part is trying to force the other group out of this whole region, and that's led to the displacement of millions of people.
And Michel, we're just speaking to Riyad there, and he talks about the atrocities, about the displacement, about the humanitarian crisis that's unfolding in Sudan. What are you hearing? What are MSF teams saying on the ground? What are they witnessing? How serious is this?
So MSF is working in several states in Sudan at the moment, and we were forced to withdraw our staff and medical activities in El Fasher in the past year due to the ongoing violence. And we had as well to close and stop all the activity in the neighboring internal displaced people close to El Fasher in Zamzam in the month of April when the RSF attacked the camp. So the last week, what we are seeing, because we open a new hospital, or we support a new hospital in 60 kilometers from El Fasher, and what we see from the people coming and taking refuge in Zamzam is really that a massacre is ongoing. The people are exhausted and dehydrated. We are doing the case management of civilians affected by gunshots. So in the past 2 days, we are taking in charge roughly 100 people affected by gunshots. And since mid-August, we treated more than 500 people who have been victims of torture. I can talk as well about the sexual violence. So this is more than 200 cases that we manage in the month of September. But this, in the past week, is a peak while the people are moving out of El Fasher. But this is a pattern we have seen in the headlines that some people were arrested in the past days. But this is not the case of one person alone. This is a system. This is ongoing since months. And this is what we portrayed in a report that we issued in June. So one of the big questions that we have today is the flow of people moving out of El Fasher, reaching this city of Tawila, but even the other cities around. This flow of people has stopped since a few days. So our big question is, where are the thousands of people who were supposed to move out of El Fasher? So we are very concerned. Are they detained? Is there any bloodbath somewhere? So this is one of the questions. So everyone is referring to El Fasher like something is over, although we are calling to the RSF to spare the civilians, spare the medical structure, the humanitarian, but there is a big question on where are the thousands of the people of El Fasher.
And I think this is a repeat of the previous conflicts in that part in the past 20 years. The first round between 2003 and 2005, it was estimated about up to 300,000 people were killed. That's, I mean, because rape, sexual violence, and the torture, it is an act of war. It is the usual behavior by these tribes committed upon each other to force the displacement. They want them to leave the whole region and never return. That's the way of fighting down there. It is simply genocide, complete ethnic cleansing mentality by the feuding tribes down there, and now it is being. We have a recurrence of this, and I agree with Michel. There is a big possibility here that we could see another big massacres at the scale we saw 20 years ago committed in that region, where the number of victims were in the hundreds of thousands, not just simply tens of thousands.
And what Riyadh is saying then, what you are saying there, it's an absolute harrowing picture that's being painted, and we're thinking about hundreds of thousands of people. And right now for MSF, for the humanitarian workers on the ground, for people to actually get help to these people who are missing, who are displaced, who are going through an extremely traumatic time. How dangerous is it for the aid workers?
So it's true that the security is really at stake. It's at stake for the humanitarian workers. So MSF, we have 500 staff only in the city of Tawila. This is more than a few thousand staff that we have across Sudan. And every road needs to be negotiated with the warring parties. But referring to security, the biggest problem is really for the civil population who are trying to reach healthcare. Currently, the country is devastated, and half of the health structure is affected by the 2 years conflict. So really the security is a problem for humanitarian, but as well for the population, for them to be capable to reach the air structure. Another problem is that the city of El Fasher was besieged for more than 500 days. And the question of the malnutrition, today the people coming, we are witnessing malnutrition amongst adults, which is one of the key indicator in famine-like situations. So when you start to see malnutrition amongst adults, this is really the symbol of a real medical disaster.
And we're talking right now, and as we are speaking, the UN Security Council, Riyadh and Michel, are holding an urgent meeting, and this comes amid reports of mass killings in the Sudanese Darfur region. My big question is, will this yield any concrete resolution to the humanitarian crisis and to the ongoing fighting?
Well, in previous such genocide-level conflicts, this should trigger the right of intervention on the side of the international community. The UN Security Council has acted on previous such horrendous acts of genocide, where it led to, like, we had the case of Yugoslavia, Kosovo, Rwanda, where the UN sent forces that had to intervene to protect the civilian population because of, there is one side that's being massacred and is being left helpless. So the international community finds it is obligatory to them to intervene to save the lives of these people. Now, unfortunately, when it comes to Africa, we have not seen the international community really move fast in saving people like we saw in cases of conflicts in Europe. We hope that this time we can see a rapid action on the part of the UN Security Council to take action, exercise the right of intervention to save the population down there.
And Michel, what are you hoping will come out of this UN Security Council? Can anything come out of it?
So Ryan just mentioned that this has started 20 years ago, but more recently in 2023, the attack of the city of El Geneina at the Chad border has displaced all the Masalit community in Chad, and a lot of them were killed. We published a mortality survey showing that all the men several men disappear at this very moment. We alerted after the attack in Zamzam in April, and we have seen this UN resolution. And so we alerted, MSF alerted since the past 2 years with several words, declaration, but with very little action. So clearly, this is the time for action. The 4 main countries with influence, the Quad, as the influence over the conflict. So this is to whom we were calling for more engagement.
And that's just my final question, really, to Riyadh here. What is the likelihood of a resolution? You just mentioned the Quad group there to me, but the truce talks have really stalled between them.
Well, today, unlike the previous times, we have the social media, the videos, the images and these obnoxious criminals who were very happy to film themselves committing these atrocities and just to show it, to increase the horror. This time, we hope that these images, these videos, these satellite imagery would drive the international community to take action, because now we have the public opinion on the international scale that is feeling horrified with these images and the videos, and hopefully this could lead to some international action to bring the agony in that part of the world to an end.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Michel and Riyadh. It was great to both speak to you in the studio about such an important humanitarian crisis that we're seeing unfolding in Sudan. Once again, thank you so much for being with me. Thank you. Now, Prince Andrew, the brother of British monarch King Charles, will now be known as Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor after being stripped of his prince title. He's also been forced out of Royal Lodge, his mansion located in the grounds of Windsor Castle. It's after Epstein survivor Virginia Giuffre repeated allegations of sexual liaisons with the King's brother, something Andrew has always denied. Giuffre's family have called her an ordinary American girl who brought down a British prince. For more on this, I'm joined from London by a royal commentator, Afia Hagen. Thank you so much for joining me. It's great to have you on the show. A lot has been going on in the last almost 24 hours. Let me get my words out. First of all, Andrew is no longer the Duke of York. He's also lost his prince title and his Royal Lodge home. How unprecedented is this moment for the British royal family?
You can't overestimate or underestimate how seismic a shift this is for the royal family and for Andrew, formerly Prince Andrew, now Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. This action hasn't been taken against a member of the royal family in something like 100 years. So this is hugely significant. You cannot underestimate how significant it is that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly a prince, no longer can use his royal titles and, of course, removed from Royal Lodge, that 30-bedroom palatial home that he was living in, had a long lease on as well. That lease has been taken away from him, and now he will live on the Sandringham estate. Still another essentially another royal property, but one that is paid for privately by the king, not by the taxpayer. And that's where he will see out the rest of his days.
But I think a lot of people are asking the question, why has King Charles decided to banish his brother now, after years of allegations surrounding his relationship with the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein? Rumours have been rife it was Prince William who was the ultimate power behind that decision. How much of this can we believe?
Look, we've been talking about Andrew and Jeffrey Epstein in the same sentence, in the same breath for 20 years or more. So you're absolutely right in saying that these rumours about Andrew and his dealings with Epstein have been around for such a long time. I think there's a couple of things at play here. I think, first of all, was the release of Virginia Giuffre's memoir last week, along with this constant drip feed of information that we're getting from the Epstein files about Andrew and what he has been up to. We know he denies all the allegations that have been levelled against him. But what was coming out in the book and what was coming out from the Epstein files, as well as Andrew's involvement with Chinese spies, and then you had King Charles III being heckled while he was in the Vatican City, as well as on an engagement in the UK earlier on this week. I think all of these things brought us to the point where yesterday, King Charles, definitely supported by Prince William, decided that enough was enough. And Prince William, when it becomes his turn, when it's the reign of King William, certainly does not want the Andrew problem to be overshadowing his reign. He wants to have drawn a line underneath it before that time comes. Whether this action does do that, whether it draws a line under this affair or not, remains to be seen.
So, Afia, let's talk a little bit about Virginia Giuffre, because speaking to the BBC, Virginia Giuffre's brother suggested Andrew should be behind bars. Could we possibly see him face criminal charges? Now he's basically a normal civilian and has lost all his royal titles.
Well, that could potentially happen. You've got some anti-monarchy groups are pursuing a private prosecution or are talking about that. Yes, Virginia Giuffre's family have asked for him to perhaps be questioned by the Metropolitan Police. There's talk of the US Congress as well, potentially questioning Andrew over what he knows and what he saw during his time when he was spending time with Jeffrey Epstein. Whether that will come to a full-blown conclusion, I think only time will tell. But the calls are growing louder, certainly, for Andrew to face some sort of legal challenge for the accusations that have been levelled against him.
And Afia, as you did mention to me earlier, Andrew has always denied the allegations against him. But what is next for him and for his family, Sarah Ferguson, his ex-wife, and their 2 daughters?
Well, what's next for Andrew is moving out of Royal Lodge. Now, it's thought that that may take place after Christmas to avoid that awkward question of whether Andrew will join the rest of the family at Sandringham for Christmas. Of course, that's where the royal family gather for Christmas, and that's where he's going to be staying after he leaves Royal Lodge. So that will be the next thing for him. Sarah Ferguson, his ex-wife who he still lives with, is also going to be vacating Royal Lodge into private accommodations. Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie remain unaffected titles-wise by what has been going on, so they still remain princesses. So they are not really affected by what happened yesterday when King Charles III took away the titles from Prince Andrew.
We are talking about the story right now, but we must remember that there's a family behind this. King Charles and Andrew are, of course, brothers, and this must have been something that had to be dealt with really carefully from the royal household as they do try to make sure their reputation is still standing in the public court of opinion. Do you think that King Charles has done enough, quick enough, now to sort of quash the constant rumours surrounding Andrew?
I mean, yes, there is a family behind this, the Windsors, absolutely. I don't think necessarily that they acted quick enough to try and hold Andrew accountable, to try and look like they were doing something about the Andrew problem, that they were trying to hold him accountable for the actions that he has taken in the past. Yes, he's denied the allegations against him, but he was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. We know that to be a fact, and he was a convicted paedophile. But on the other hand, there is the family of Virginia Giuffre, and there is the family of other young women who have been caught up in this type of scandal. Let's think about them, because we also have to centre them in this conversation. Yes, we're talking about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell. We're talking about the royal family, but we also have to think about Virginia Giuffre in this moment and think about what she went through, what it took to write that memoir, to put all that out there, and how her family must be feeling at that moment too. Remember, she talks about other girls that were on the island with her, other girls that haven't come forward either. Yesterday, Their Majesties in their statement said that they were thinking about all survivors of abuse and any sexual exploitation, really trying to ally themselves with them. And I think it's important that in all this, we remember Virginia Giuffre, remember any other young people, any other people, full stop, who have been through something like she did.
Afia Hagan, it was brilliant to speak to you. Thank you so much for your analysis. Now, foreign ministers, defence ministers and ambassadors are gathering in Bahrain for one of the region's most important geopolitical conferences, the 21st Manama Dialogue, hosted by the International Institute for Strategic Studies, will run for 3 days and will tackle some of the region's most crucial issues. Arabiya English's Melinda Nucifora is at the dialogue for us, and she sent this report.
The 3-day Manama Dialogue is one of the region's most high-profile security and geopolitical gatherings. Global power brokers have arrived here in Bahrain to discuss a host of pressing issues, including the Syrian government's reform agenda, global security and defence, energy security. And interestingly, there will be a whole session on the US's approach to regional diplomacy. This year's dialogue is being held against the backdrop of an increasingly fragile ceasefire in Gaza. So, without a doubt, that is one issue that is going to feature across all the sessions in the coming 3 days. Interestingly, though, As is often the case at gatherings like this, it's what happens on the sidelines that is perhaps the most important. We are expecting a flurry of diplomacy here because not only are there special envoys and ambassadors, there are members of negotiating teams from the Palestinian delegation, from governments in Lebanon, in Jordan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, across all the region. Foreign ministers from the European Union are here, and many US representatives as well. So you can expect that there are going to be a lot of important meetings on the sideline to shore up not only that fragile ceasefire in Gaza, but other regional diplomatic issues as well. You can stay tuned, though, because my colleague Tom Burges Watson is going to be hosting a special episode of GNT from the sidelines of the Manama dialogue on Monday. Stay tuned for that, for some exclusive interviews that we'll be bringing you here on Al Arabiya English.
Now, Hurricane Melissa, one of the most powerful storms to hit the Caribbean, has now killed at least 49 people. Search and rescue efforts on the island are underway as authorities try to get aid to those in need. For more on this, I'm joined from Washington by our correspondent, Sarah Firth. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. So, Storm Melissa is still going, but thankfully losing strength and now heading out into the North Atlantic. Can you give us an overview of how those regions that were in Melissa's path are now doing and what the rescue effort looks like a few days on?
Yes, Leigh Ann, well, we've been tracking this storm for days now since it first made landfall in Jamaica as a Category 5 hurricane. Melissa has been described as the most powerful Atlantic storm for more than a century and a half. So rescue operations now, aid groups on the ground, they are dealing with an unprecedented impact from this storm. Now you have in Jamaica, we saw homes flattened, we saw roads torn up, communities left without power. And of course, there were other regional countries in the path. So you had Bermuda, the Bahamas impacted, Cuba as well. And the scale of the devastation, really, Leigh Ann, it's only just beginning to become apparent as aid workers struggle to get to some of those areas affected. As you said, at the moment, the reports of 49 people have died across the region, but it is expected that that number will rise as aid organisations get to the ground and carry out assessments and start that effort to rehabilitate some of those communities that have been worse affected. I can tell you that in a very unusual and very carefully worded statement, you've had the US State Department releasing a notice saying that they have offered and are ready to assist the Cuban people. Now, that's pretty remarkable. They're sort of managing with that language to avoid any confirmation of direct contact with Havana. And of course, this is going past, decades of sanctions. Officials here haven't confirmed whether they are in direct contact. The statement reads more as providing local groups with provisions if needed. But a huge rescue operation is now underway across the region, from Jamaica to Bermuda. As the storm had progressed across the region, those areas in its path, the storm got progressively weaker, and you now have Melissa heading out into the North Atlantic, and that storm weakening, thankfully, but the rescue operation really just kicking up at the moment, and there is going to be a very, very long road ahead to rehabilitate some of those communities that have been worst hit.
Yes, indeed, Sarah, and those pictures that are coming out of that region, we can see the destruction that is happening there. But let's move on to another story now over in the US, and the FBI Director Kash Patel has announced that a terrorist attack planned for Halloween weekend has been thwarted. Sarah, what more do we know about this right now at this point?
Yes, this is very much a developing story. So you've had the FBI director, Kash Patel, come out today. He made an announcement on the social media platform X. Let me just read you part of what he said. He said this morning the FBI thwarted a potential terrorist attack. They arrested multiple subjects in Michigan who were plotting a violent attack over Halloween weekend. Now, officials here, they're very clear and eager to stress there is no current threat, they say, to the public. Obviously, there are many, many questions around this. We're getting little trickles of information right now. We know from the FBI field office in Michigan that they have had some activity, FBI activity around Dearborn, an area in Michigan just outside Detroit. It's not clear whether or not that is linked to this terrorist attack arrests that were planned. What we've also heard is reports that the groups that were arrested were young individuals that had links, we're told, to foreign extremism, although no one is confirming which groups those might be. There are more questions than answers at this time, Leigh Ann. Very much a developing story this morning, but the FBI director coming out to say that that effort was thwarted. It's thought this is part of a longer-term operation that the FBI had monitoring some of these individuals, but really waiting for details and a lot of questions over who these individuals are, how the planned attack was thwarted, and exactly what is going to happen next. But officials very clear that at this time they do not see that there's any current threat to the public this coming Halloween weekend.
And Sarah, let's go on to another topic right now. The Trump administration has slashed the U.S. refugee cap, and that's just to 7,500. That's actually the lowest since the program began back in 1980 and is prioritizing white South Africans. What is the significance of the shift? And basically, how does it fit into Trump's wider immigration agenda?
Well, it's really significant. It's being described by many here in Washington and across America as one of the biggest U.S. reversals of commitments when it comes to refugee admissions to the United States. Now, Leigh Ann, as you said, it's reducing that admission ceiling to 7,500. To give that in context, it's just 6% of the level that was set under the Biden administration. Now, this is part of President Trump's sort of wider restrictions when it comes to refugee policy. We know that officials here in Washington in the Trump administration, they're describing this as part of a broader effort to tighten controls around migration. They're also citing national security concerns. So they're saying that they want to make sure there is no national security risk posed by some of those individuals that will be permitted to enter. But that's 7,500, yet drastically lowering the admissions bar, and also introducing that striking new policy where they've said that prioritization will be given to Afrikaners from South Africa, and they say other victims of illegal or unjust discrimination. But Leigh Ann, it's left many, many people in limbo. In particular, you look at Afghans who served alongside US forces in America's longest war. Now, many of them were promised resettlement by the US, have gone through years of security checks already here in America. Aid organizations in particular dealing with some of those Afghans who had those promises made to them are saying that this is really potentially very, very damaging for the United States. One group saying that it lowers America's moral standing and could potentially make it much harder in the future when it comes to foreign conflicts, for example, to rely on the United States commitment. So many people here in the US, particularly when it comes to certain groups of individuals for who this potentially is going to impact, very concerned about what exactly this new policy announcement will mean.
And let's end on a lighter note, Sarah, because Donald Trump and his wife Melania actually got into the Halloween spirit today with a mini-me. We saw them handing out trick-or-treat sweets at the White House. What was going on?
Yes, Leigh Ann, I mean, we discussed the other day our idea of dressing up as the White House administration for Halloween. Well, we were pipped to the post by some young attendees of the Halloween party at the White House that was held yesterday. Now, this is an annual holiday tradition. The children of staffers and those invited to that party absolutely love it. The visuals are amazing. Their costumes are amazing. They go there. The White House is decked out in jack-o'-lanterns and pumpkins everywhere. Lots of ceremonial candies that are handed out by President Trump and First Lady Melania. And just this incredible image, really, of the President and the First Lady standing alongside some mini attendees dressed as President Trump and the First Lady, and alongside them, a mini security Secret Service agent. So fantastic costumes. Certainly raised a lot of smiles, a lot of much needed smiles here in America, given the current landscape.
Donald Trump was certainly getting into the Halloween mood there. And Sarah, for reference, said she would dress as Caroline Levitt for her Halloween costume the other day on the show. So I hope you've got it ready. Sarah Firth in Washington, thank you so much. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Israel has confirmed the identities of 2 hostages whose bodies were returned by Hamas yesterday. It said tests shows the remain were those of 84-year-old Amiram Cooper and 25-year-old Shahar Baruch. The Israeli army has estimated that Amiram was murdered in captivity in February last year and say Shahar might have died in December 2023. The Budapest summit between President Donald Trump and Russia's President Vladimir Putin has been cancelled. The Financial Times reports that Russia sent a memo to the US ordering Ukraine to surrender more of its territory, reduce its army and withdraw its application to join NATO. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio told Trump that Moscow was showing no willingness to negotiate in order to end the war with Ukraine. India and the US have signed a deal to expand defense cooperation over the next 10 years. After meeting with US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, India's defense minister said the deal will enable them to access new military technology. New Delhi is expected to spend more than $200 billion to modernize its army. A reminder of our top stories. Sudan's paramilitary Rapid Support Forces say they've arrested several of their fighters accused of committing abuses during the capture of the city of Al Fasher. Prince Andrew, the brother of British monarch King Charles, is stripped of his prince title. At least 49 people have now been killed after Hurricane Melissa leaves a trail of destruction in the Caribbean. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. Goodbye, happy Friday and happy Halloween.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe,
to have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. One story dominated international and U.S. headlines: President Trump's decision to restart nuclear weapons testing, ending a 3-decade halt and sparking global concern over potential new arms race. Meanwhile, the Middle East and Sudan remained in focus, with renewed violence threatening Gaza's fragile ceasefire and reports of mass killing in Sudan's al-Fasher exposing the country's deepening humanitarian crisis. In the United Kingdom, King Charles's move to strip Prince Andrew of his royal titles and expel him from his residence captured widespread attention, marking a defining moment for the monarchy's effort to rebuild public trust. Headlines in the U.S. focused on President Trump's new turn on nuclear testing. The New York Times, like many other American outlets, reported that Trump directed the U.S. to immediately resume testing nuclear weapons, a radical reversal of the de facto moratorium in place since 1992. It highlights the lack of clarity around whether testing means full warhead detonations or delivery system trials, and details how the move responds to previous advances by Russia and China in missile and other nuclear-capable systems. Now, experts warn that this decision risks undermining global arms control norms, triggering an arms race, and jeopardizing decades of non-proliferation efforts. The piece stresses the heavy technical, legal and geopolitical challenges ahead, including the cost and duration of readiness to resume explosive testing. Let's remember how this controversy started. On the 29th of October, President Trump posted this on Truth Social. He said the United States has more nuclear weapons than any other country. This was accomplished, including a complete update and renovation of existing weapons during my first term in office. And he says also, because of the tremendous destructive power, I hated to do it, but had no choice. Russia is second and China is a distant third, but will be even within 5 years. He goes on to say that because of other countries' testing programs, I have instructed the Department of War to start testing our nuclear weapons on an equal basis. That process will begin immediately. Other voices saw in this new nuclear step a needed deterrent for adversaries. Rebecca Heinrichs wrote in the Wall Street Journal saying that the president is right, that the U.S. needs to modernize its deterrent to match China and Russia. The article argues that Donald Trump's directive to resume U.S. nuclear weapons testing poses a direct challenge to the New START arms control framework with Russia. Heinrichs warns, though, that while the testing announcement aims to project U.S. strength amid growing Chinese and Russian capabilities, it also risks undermining the treaty's stability and the broader architecture of nuclear diplomacy. The piece cautions that nuclear testing would not only escalate a global arms race, but also erode trust among allies and adversaries alike, potentially collapsing agreements based on mutual restraint. In the Middle East, Israeli airstrikes hit eastern Gaza City, while humanitarian groups report mounting casualties and warn the truce is on the verge of collapse. Many questions were raised, such as, is this really a ceasefire? The The Washington Post published an exclusive revealing a classified report by the U.S. State Department's Office of Inspector General, exposing that Israeli military units may have committed many hundreds of potential human rights violations during operations in Gaza. This implicates the IDF under the Lee laws, which prohibit U.S. aid to units credibly accused of gross abuses. The piece also highlights that due to a special vetting process for Israel, determining accountability will unfortunately take years, raising fears that these incidents might be indeed overlooked. The report points out that Washington has continued providing military aid despite the findings, and critics argue this signals erosion of accountability standards. Another interesting report by the Washington Post centers on a new poll conducted by the Post, ABC News, and Ipsos between October 24th and 28th of this year. It reveals that 45% of U.S. adults believe Donald Trump and congressional Republicans are chiefly responsible for the nearly month-long government shutdown, while 33% blame Democrats. Charts in the article illustrate how blame has shifted over time, showing an increasing in disapproval of Trump's government management, as 63% disapprove, as well as the height of concern among lower-income households. As you can see, 56% of those earning under $25,000 say they are very concerned. The piece also highlights that among independents, Republicans are blamed at 2-to-1 ratio, underscoring the political risk for Trump and his party if the shutdown continues. International and Arab media put some focus on Sudan as mass killings by the Rapid Support Forces, RSF, unfold in Al-Fasher following its seizure, with at least 1,500 civilians executed, according to the rights groups. Reports highlight the Sudanese armed forces claim that they withdrew from the city to spare further civilian suffering, though analysts say the move signals a de facto partition of Sudan, with the RSF consolidating Western control. Osman Mirghani wrote in Al-Sharq Al-Awsat assessing the capture of Al-Fasher by the RSF and warns it could indeed be a step towards a partition of Sudan, akin to post-2011 Libya's fragmentation. The article details the RSF's systematic siege and assault on Al-Fasher over 500 days, culminating in the region's collapse and widespread atrocities. The piece argues this victory gives RSF control over strategic Western supply routes and access to international borders, strengthening its bargaining power. While the author cautions each conflict is unique, he stresses that the risk of Sudan's split cannot be ignored, especially as the RSF consolidates governance in Darfur, forcing others to respond militarily or accept a new political order. The latest developments in the Virginia Giuffre's memoir scandal grabbed the headlines in the UK and abroad. The Times, as many other British outlets, reported on Prince Andrew being formally stripped of his titles and ordered to vacate his residence at Royal Lodge on the Windsor estate. The report explains the decision by his brother, King Charles III, following mounting scrutiny over Andrew's connections to Jeffrey Epstein. And that marks a dramatic shift in the royal family's management of misconduct. Andrew will relocate to a private property on the Sandringham estate funded by the King himself and will now be known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, while his daughters will retain their royal status. The move underscores the monarchy's urgent push to restore public trust. And finally, the Telegraph looked at the scandal from the King's view. Its analysis captured a moment of reckoning for the King Charles III-led monarchy as he formally stripped his brother Prince Andrew of his princely title and vacated his royal residence. The piece details how mounting scandals, including the prince's ties to Jeffrey Epstein and newly uncovered email evidence, ultimately forced the king's hand after years of restraint. The headline phrase, "Patience finally snapped," underlines that King Charles reached a tipping point, driven by public backlash and worrying that damage to the family's reputation might happen. And ultimately, the narrative marks this as a pivotal moment, the monarchy prioritizing institutional integrity over familial loyalty.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal Plus, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English headquarters. Now, health and well-being are central to Vision 2030, based on the understanding that for an economy to thrive, it must have a healthy population. Well, in this episode, we're going to be speaking to the CEO of a Saudi initiative which is actively working to extend the human lifespan. Well, we're going to be finding out how they're making this happen and what they've achieved so far. Dr. Mahmoud Khan, the CEO of the Hevolution Foundation, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Happy to have this discussion.
Now, Dr. Khan, let's start by talking about Hevolution. You're not for profit. You seek to decelerate the aging process and extend the human healthy lifespan. Just tell us a bit more about how Hevolution came to be and what you're seeking to achieve.
We were created by royal decree back in 2019, and our vision was very straightforward, though very profound, which is to extend human healthy lifespan for the benefit of all. Simply stated, we want to have people live longer and healthier as long as possible. The primary goal being to stay healthy and functional. And importantly, we want to democratize this so that it impacts as many lives in the world as possible.
Okay, so you're invested in academic research and biotech startups, all of this with the goal, as you've been saying, of promoting longevity, slowing down the aging process, combating age-related diseases. Just tell us, how are things going so far and what's been the progress?
Well, we started operating. We built the organization. It took us about a year to start putting the people together, ideas and strategies. And then 3 years ago, we started doing sort of publicly visible activities. And we've done this in 3 ways, one of which is what you mentioned, which is investing in biotech companies. But if we step back a bit, The problem with the research field and the investment field in healthy aging, unlike cancer or diabetes and heart disease, which attract a lot of attention, are important, but the underlying causes of most of these diseases is the aging process. And very little attention around the world has been paid to this. And this is the genesis for evolution. What is clear when you look at this is there aren't enough ideas and technologies progressing from scientific labs all the way through to biotech companies to the marketplace. So that value chain is really very, very little is coming through. And we saw that. So what did we do? We started funding scientists to generate new ideas. We started training scientists to actually make this an area of their career focus. And then as those ideas are progressing, we provide capital to either create or fund startup companies, with the goal being that eventually these will end up in the hands of either large companies or they'll get scaled themselves. And you'll see these solutions in the marketplace. If you think about it in that way, we would like to think we made tremendous progress from not existing 4 years ago or 5 years ago as an entity. Today, we're the second largest funder of science in this field in the world, second only to the US federal government, with the largest philanthropy funding aging biology and healthy aging in the world. About 200 scientists are funded today by Evolution research grants. The first 4 biotech companies we funded, all of which were in animal and what we call preclinical stages, being tested in cells and mice, are actually now got technologies being tested in humans. That is extremely unusual to go from, in all 4 out of 4 now progressing. And it speaks to the demand was there, the solutions that were there, but what was missing was the strategic funding and the coaching and guidance we've given as a team. And if you look across. And then the third is we want to convene people. We want to bring the best ideas and exchange ideas. We launched that with our HealthSpan Summit. That was the first one, was almost 2.5 years ago. The last one we held, which was February of 2025, was the largest convening of such a meeting ever to occur in the world. We had 3,000 plus people register from 80 countries, and we had every sector represented. That's been unprecedented. So I'll let you decide on whether that's successful, but any criteria to go from not existing to being the biggest player in the field in philanthropy, to being the largest convener of the field, and to have accelerated technologies from animal research into humans, that's pretty good going.
Yeah, it certainly is. So my understanding from what you've been saying is, so your platform, you've got an incubating function as well, bringing together all these great minds. And as well as setting it all up, you've got some results already, haven't you? Just tell us what's been achieved, for example. I read something about some breakthroughs in the field of hepatitis B research, for example.
Yeah, so while hepatitis B isn't our focus, there's a lot to be learned by viral diseases like hepatitis B. So I think it's important to understand, why would a healthy aging company or a healthy aging entity be interested in this? Well, it turns out that when a virus infects a human cell, whether it's COVID or hepatitis, that virus enters the cell, hijacks the cell to use the cell to reproduce itself. But in the process, it actually not only damages the cell, but it causes aging of those cells that it infects. What we've learned is there is an acceleration in the aging process in many viruses when they come into the human cell environment. And so this is one of those win-win. If we can figure out how to not only retain the health and slow down the aging process of the cell, the host cell, it actually may be able to kick the virus out because it's more vigorous, it's more. So in the example of hepatitis B, about 80% of people who get infected with hepatitis B will eventually shed the virus and recover. 10 to 20% will keep that virus for the rest of their life in their body, and they're what we call chronic carriers. That will be okay, but they can not only pass the virus to other people because they're carriers, but they can cause long-term damage to liver and eventually, in some cases, liver cancer. And cancer increases risk as you age. So there is a tight link between aging process and cancer. So one of the companies that we're very interested in was looking at how the virus changes what we call the epigenetics within the cell, the host cell. And by intervening at that molecular level, in animals showed that you can actually allow the cell to heal and kick the virus out, essentially. And so it cures. But that was done in animals. The exciting part is the first human trials have now started, which means the regulatory authorities have looked at the animal safety data, looked at the animal efficacy data, and have confidence that this is now worth testing in humans. Early stages, it's a huge jump to go from mice and animals to actually humans. And that's where we are. So it's a great example.
And just listening to you there, Dr. Khan, and when I hear buzzwords like aging and anti-aging, you know, there's a tendency immediately to start thinking about an aesthetic dimension, because that's often what we associate with aging. And let's face it, there's a bit of vanity around the world, isn't there? So people want to look young as well as feel young. Are there some aesthetic benefits from tackling aging? And will people having longer, healthier lives also look younger?
Well, let's separate out, first of all, the sort of sometimes perception. We did a survey of people around the world and asked them, what is the most important thing that is to you personally as you age? And there were three things that were most important. They wanted to remain mentally functional and independent, physically functional and independent, and financially functional and independent. And interestingly, the third one is very related to the first two, because cost of being taken care of, productivity, all the rest of it. And then the fourth one is they don't want to appear old. So it is important, but not at the cost of the first three. You know, you can look young, but not be able to think, not be able to move. And the amazing thing is, in the biology of this, you don't have to choose between them. We talked about the example in the liver, but the skin cells age as well. And we all know, as skin cells age, they lose their structure, they lose the rigor, and we look at this as manifesting as wrinkles, as changes in the skin integrity. So the question is, how do you figure out how to slow the skin cells from aging, just like muscle, or liver, or eye, or brain? And we have invested in that science. We have a company we're investing in that's actually looking at a model of skin aging. And again, if you think of the hepatitis example, we said, where should we look for that? Well, there are skin diseases that are a model for accelerated skin aging. So psoriasis is a good example. Patients with psoriasis have skin lesions where you've got a lot of inflammation in that area of the skin. Usually we don't know why, but if you actually study those cells that are affected by psoriasis, they're actually older. They're aging fast. And so being able to deliver topically something that you apply to the skin that can not only treat the psoriasis, but treat the underlying biological aging process will not only help the skin heal, but actually brings that youthful rigor back into those skin cells. We actually have that being tested, just like in the hepatitis example, was tested in animals, but is now undergoing human trials. First, to see if we can treat the psoriasis in a very different approach. But you can imagine, let one's imagination run from here and say, well, if it works by slowing down the accelerated aging of a certain skin disease, what could it do to other areas? And let's see. So these are not things that are one versus the other. That's the great thing.
Okay, Dr. Khan, just tell us a little bit about the structure of Hevolution. For example, what percentage of people involved are Saudi nationals? Just give us a sense of who's involved.
So Hevolution was created because of a vision of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. And it's his vision that led to our mission statement, our vision statement, and he's the chairman of our board. And we're really fortunate because we have very senior leaders guiding us at the board level, including His Royal Highness. We have several ministers. Prince Abdullah bin Bandar is the chairman of our executive committee. And so that's at the governance of the organization, headquartered here in Riyadh. our organization, from a composition point of view, 3/4 of our employees and team members are Saudi citizens, Saudi nationals, based predominantly here in Riyadh. So we're unique, not only in what we do, how we do it, but even our composition. We're leading this global initiative for the benefit of all from Saudi Arabia and Riyadh. We have satellite office in Boston, where we have about 15 or so employees that are fully subsidiary of us. We're divided up into 4 main groups. One leads the investments. That is the capital we invest in biotech companies, just like any other venture fund, but we're unique because 100% of our profits from the fund go back into the foundation. We want to be successful financially to promote the field, but we're not primarily looking for profits for the foundation. We want it to make it attractive for the private sector to enter. The second major group is our research funding group, where as a philanthropy, we fund predominantly universities, scientists around the world, including in Saudi Arabia. We have over 20 Saudi scientists now funded by Evolution around the country and in the kingdom that have taken on aging research for the first time in their careers because Evolution has made this field attractive, first by providing funding, but also by creating awareness in the scientific field. The third group is the group that is responsible for convening all of the things we talked about. They manage the communications, but also host the Global Health Span Summit, which I talked about earlier, and took it from non-existent to being the meeting in the world to be at. And then the fourth group is now working on how do we translate this global footprint into operational research and clinical practice. Headquartered again, our vision is for that should be based out of the kingdom. So the first two are operational. The third and fourth, the translational stuff, are actually in strategic design and getting ready. So that's the structure of the organization, but we're a global team. We're just proud, including myself, to be Saudi citizens, managing this, leading this for the benefit of humanity.
And you're about to get a little bit more global, aren't you? Because, well, you already mentioned that satellite office in Boston, but haven't you got plans to expand even beyond the United States as well?
Well, in some ways we already are. One of our research, the companies we mentioned, is actually conducting its human trials in France. Another one is conducting its research trials in New Zealand. And so our footprint, and another one, we have activity in the UK. So we're already operationally present in North America, UK, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and obviously, as I mentioned, the Kingdom, which is where our headquarters is. We have established physical presence with employees in North America. We're looking at the UK and Europe as a next step, and potentially a site in Asia, because there's so much now going on in this field in Asia. I mean, the continent with the greatest number of older people is Asia because of China. China has a huge aging population, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, where the population now, people over the age of 60, is approaching 30+%. That's 1 in 3 citizens are now over the age of 60.
Right, and things are heading very much in that direction, aren't they? I mean, as we've been saying, 2 billion people over the age of 60 by the year 2050. I mean, that's double the number today, and that makes evolution all the more relevant, all the more significant, doesn't it? Not just for Saudi Arabia, but for the entire world.
Nobody wants to live longer to be dependent. Remember, we know that. But if we can keep people healthy as long as possible, that will reduce the economic and human burden on society. And as I said, many societies are already at the point now where they cannot sustain this. Even wealthy countries like Scandinavia don't have enough of a workforce to even take care of their older population. And so this is also becoming not only a demographic issue, but a workforce challenge. There are not enough young people to do that. I'll give you one other statistic. In over 90% of U.S. states, of the 50 U.S. states, over 90% of them, the number one employer now is healthcare. That tells you something. When your economy starts to be driven by a service sector of providing health to your citizens, then, 30 years ago, it was manufacturing. And that's very topical these days. We talk about manufacturing jobs. The reality is the huge growth has happened in the service sector of healthcare. And that's not a sustainable curve. And US can't do it. Your home country, United Kingdom, cannot do it. Europe cannot do it. So there's lots of things. That workforce that's now being employed in healthcare could be contributing to society in other ways.
Okay, let's talk about this figure of $1 billion US per year, which is what Hevolution has. Let's put this into context, because we're talking here about, it sounds like a really significant sum of money, but it's an investment, isn't it? And, you think $1 billion, you think, oh, what a lot of money. But in fact, I mean, it could bring about dividends in the future. Just help us and our viewers understand that number and put it into context for us.
It is and it isn't. Let me give you some comparators, which is somewhat a double-edged sword for us. We're celebrating we're the largest philanthropy in this field in the world. I would like to think that 10 years from now, we're like the 10th or 20th largest, even at this scale, because a lot more investment and a lot more research funding has come into this field, given the international scope of things. Today, as we speak, the US NIH has an annual budget of $40 billion. $20 billion of that is on cancer research. The second biggest is on cardiovascular and metabolic disease. Aging, the National Institute of Aging gets $4 billion, 1/10 of the budget. And so it makes you think, doesn't it, that your largest cost to the US federal government is Medicare and aging, when you spend 10% of your research budget on aging. And 50% of your $20 billion is going to cancer. Not that it shouldn't, but it asks the question, the number one cause of cancer is the aging process itself. Breast cancer, prostate cancer, lung cancer. It's the number one risk for cancer is aging. So shouldn't we be thinking about how do you prevent those cancers from occurring as a result of this biology versus treating them once they occur? That's the dilemma. So I agree with you. It is a significant investment by our board and the Saudi government and the Saudi kingdom, but it's nothing compared to what could be and what's happened. By the way, 30 some years ago, there was no cancer research programs, tiny. And it was once global awareness rose to the levels it is now, that government started pouring money into cancer, and look at the dramatic results. Cancer used to be a terminal diagnosis. More than half of cancers are eminently treatable today because of that investment. I would like to think 30 years from now, we will look back and say Hevolution was not only the pioneer that started that whole movement, catalyzed it, but eventually brought so much more to the table because of those collaborations and others that entered this field.
Dr. Khan, we're coming to the end, but before we wrap up, I just wanted to ask you about what role artificial intelligence is playing in your field. I mean, is it helping to bring about breakthroughs faster than would otherwise be the case?
So, absolutely yes. No question. We're able to calculate, model, predict biology in a way that we could not have envisioned 10 years. There's no question. What has really broken through in this field is not only our ability to understand biology better, but we can take massive amounts of data and interpret them and look for patterns in a way we couldn't before. A human can do it. But let us not forget that AI and machine learning, which is built on, and reasoning are tools. I'm old enough to start in college with a slide ruler. Now I'm really a dinosaur, I know. But those were tools. Then we got calculators, then we got spreadsheets, then we got computers. So in that evolution, our tools have got more and more powerful. There's no question. One of the companies that I mentioned in the whole skin aging process has actually been using AI to optimize which molecules and how to target skin cells. So we're all already using them in our ecosystem and in the research programs we fund or the companies we invest in. But it's going to continue to take both. Once you have a machine model through that learning, you've got to go back and test it, figure out new variables, and then update the models again. And that's iterative mechanism between the wet lab and the in silico lab are critical. We're doing both.
Okay, so the bottom line is that societies really need to care, don't they, about extending the healthy human lifespan. Can you just summarize for us in a couple of words why it's so important for societies to take this on board? And perhaps you can give us an example or something in the context of Saudi Arabia.
We all need to think about healthy aging at a personal level. It affects every one of us. At a family level, because we have dependents that are our loved ones. At a national level, all populations, including the kingdom, are now going through this demographic change. Let's take a look at Saudi Arabia. It's a very young population. 50% of the population is under 25. However, the birth rate in the kingdom, for lots of good reasons, has dropped from 6 children per couple to 2.2. That means this current young population will one day become a substantial in size older population without a lot of young people behind them. We need to care now on how to keep these young people healthy as they age. It's an opportunity for the kingdom, which many countries like Europe and North America don't have the luxury of actually planning ahead. Vision 2030 has a key part of it that says, how do we keep the Saudi population healthy and let them age in a healthy way? Free from chronic diseases, free from the complications. It's very consistent with Vision 2030. It's very important for the kingdom. It's very important for the Gulf. But it's important for every country on the planet.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Mahmood Khan, CEO of the Hevolution Foundation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your interest. Truly appreciate it.
Well, I'm here now with Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham and Company. Ali, you were listening in there to that interview with Dr. Khan. Just wondering what stood out for you?
Tom, I think the resounding message there was preventative care over sick care. And, you know, it's a field of medicine or life sciences that I've paid a lot of attention to, especially in recent years. It's interesting, actually. A few months ago, I went for my regular blood checkup. Actually, I saw one of my old doctors in Australia. And, you know, when I received the markers, I mean, thankfully, most things were seemingly positive, as he said. But I recall asking them on one of the metrics, hey, this seems a little low. I mean, at least at the bottom of the range, and it was related to the kidney or liver or something. And I remember asking, what can we do here? And the response I got was, no, everything's okay. And I said, I understand everything's okay, but what could we improve here? And I think this experience is very common for a lot of people in that in longevity or life sciences related investments, often, you know, the way the world healthcare systems are traditionally designed, we're focused on sick care rather than preventative care. That seems to be the theme. And a dear friend of mine from the segment made an interesting comment to me recently. He said, one of the challenges with investing in longevity and really allocating sizable budgets to the overall allocation is the fact that the KPIs are not as measurable as the sick or responsive care. And I think this is a really interesting takeaway we can pick up from what Dr. Khan was just sharing with us. You know, in the kingdom, there's, as we know, I mean, a very expansive set of investments and economic development initiatives underway, which target the near term or the mid to near term. But this is a great example of an area which has payoffs in the very long term, but is an absolutely critical, very important initiative to invest in. And, you know, already Hevolution being one of the world's largest research enterprises in this space, I think that's, I mean, just yet another testament to the ambition of what Vision 2030 is. And, you know, let's not forget, I mean, Vision 2030, which we speak about regularly, Tom, yes, it's about a thriving economy, but it's about a healthy nation, an ambitious nation. And it's as much about not only the individual's longevity, but the nation's longevity. And I think this is very much in line with that overall ambition.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, it's that idea that a healthy economy has got to have a healthy population to support it. Just looking, where else we could sort of take the conversation. I mean, longevity, as I said to Dr. Khan there, I mean, we tend to think of it as having a slightly aesthetic dimension as well. I mean, aging, anti-aging procedures and treatments are something we hear a lot about. I mean, there's huge potential, isn't there, in this region, and in particular in this field. It sounds like Saudi Arabia is really leading the way here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I won't speak to the depth of the science here, but, if you sleep well, you hydrate, you look after your general health markers, and you maintain your well-being, both physical and mental, you tend to look better, first of all. And, that can be translated to, we could look at this in the broader aesthetic sense. I think there's great appetite also for the aesthetic aspect of life sciences or longevity. But it certainly extrapolates over the whole cycle. I think that the two coincide quite well. This is not simply, it's a case of preventing issues. It's a case of ensuring mental well-being. It's a case of ensuring that we reduce dependence, and that as the population ages, it remains healthy and happy and can continue to live a fulfilling life. And as Dr. Khan just mentioned, I mean, in Asia, there's an aging population, which is somewhat of a challenge. And, China is a big driver for this, given the elderly population. And if you want the nation to enjoy all of the economic prosperity and resilience, you have to ensure that they can enjoy it well and truly into a later time in life. So I think it coincides across the range.
Yeah, I mean, we tend to think of the Saudi population as being a young population. But of course, they won't be young forever, will they? And none of us are, unfortunately. But if we just to wrap up, I mean, think about that figure of $1 billion a year being allocated to the Evolution Foundation. I mean, as we were saying, it sounds like a lot of money, but in fact, it's an investment that's going to pay pretty significant dividends, isn't it? I mean, I know you can't put a number on it, but they are there, aren't they?
Well, first of all, Tom, I'll just say I like to think I'm young at heart, so perhaps not every one of us is aging, but age is just a number, as they say. The investment, once again, I mean, reconciling what Dr. Khan was sharing, what I've heard in personal experience on multiple occasions is that one of the challenges here is the attribution of investment efforts to direct impact, particularly in the short term. So it really takes an ambitious DNA. It takes vision and insight, to use the same language. I mean, it takes a group or people that really, really can extrapolate this far into the future and recognize that whilst, I mean, it may seem like research projects or venture in the short term, it's far more than that. I mean, the healthcare budgets of most advanced nations, the OECD nations, if you look at those, let alone, I mean, the broader world, combining all those budgets across the different regions, we are already investing. The world is investing far beyond perhaps what it would take. Maybe it would take a fraction to really extend the lifespan of mankind and spread that across many nations to ensure healthier, happier lives, not just in Saudi Arabia, but for the world. But it's a case, in my opinion, of rebalancing. It's reallocations, right? So as Dr. Khan mentioned, I mean, in the US, $40 billion is going into healthcare, and yet less than 10% is invested into this field. Something we should question there.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed, Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham & Company. Thank you for your time. Really appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Well, that's all we've got time for this special edition of The Real Deal Plus here on Arabiya English. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. We'll see you again very soon.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal. Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. There's a fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? The sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the Old Town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, you'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chechis is a place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma es Zaytouna and Rue Kasbah. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them. Leaving the ECHR, I think it's a good thing to do. I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Hi, I'm Michal Prendergast for Arabiya English here in London for a special interview with former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. We discuss the Israel-Gaza peace deal, President Trump's role in proceedings. We also talk about Keir Starmer's leadership in the UK, the rise of reform and Nigel Farage, and whether Boris sees a return to frontline politics in the future. Mr. Johnson, thanks so much for your time. I'd like to start off with the news story that has dominated the world over the past 2 years, and that's the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Trump has said the war is over. What is your assessment of Trump's role in the conflict?
Well, I think it's an astonishing piece of good news. And today, as we're talking, Michal, I think the hostages are coming out or have come out. I don't know how many are out now, but last time I looked, I think about 14 of them, of the remaining 20, were out. And I think it must be a moment of great joy and relief for people in Israel, but also for people in Gaza, because it means an end to the horrifying bombardments. It means we're on the road to peace. And this is a very unfashionable thing to say in London or in Europe or wherever in liberal circles, but I really pay credit to Donald Trump. I give him credit. I think he has worked unbelievably hard. He's exerted American pressure obviously on Hamas, because he said to them, look, if you don't sign this thing, you're going to get wiped out. But also, he's put the hard word on Bibi Netanyahu. And, because it wasn't easy for Netanyahu, because he's got these guys in his coalition, the ultra right-wing nationalists, who don't support the agreement. But Netanyahu has had the courage to go ahead and do a deal anyway. So it's a very, very hopeful moment. It's not the end of the story, of course not. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of what will be a tortuous process, and there's lots of difficult points that need to be agreed. And the most difficult, Hamas need to come to the understanding that really and truly it's over for them as an armed group. It's over for them in the government of Gaza, but they get an amnesty. They get peace. They're not going to be pursued. They're not going to be killed. That's it. They're able to live out their lives. And Israel needs to understand, and the government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives.
A Hamas official has recently thanked Donald Trump for his role, but they have downplayed the role of Tony Blair, saying he's not welcome. What is your take on that assessment?
I understand that Hamas don't want a role for Tony in the government of Gaza, in the Peace Council. I think it's called the Council for Peace in Gaza. I've seen that. Look, I think that that's not the end of the world. Tony Blair's a grown-up. He's actually, I think, to be fair, he has worked very hard on this deal, and he should get a lot of praise for helping to put it together, Tony Blair. I don't think it's the end of the world if he's not there in the Peace Council, but there needs to be somebody, right? There needs to be some structure that can help deliver confidence to people in Gaza that it's going to be a stable, secure environment where they can bring up their kids, they can have homes, there'll be job opportunities. There needs to be some sort of governance system that's very positive now about Gaza, and that isn't Hamas. And so you need something.
Obviously, there's been an enormous amount of speculation online around the Nobel Peace Prize. Do you think that Donald Trump deserves this?
I do, and I think that he has applied the force of his personality and the power of his office to move mountains and to get this thing done. You know, I don't know if you've ever met him, but he's, you know, you can see what you see is what you get. The great thing about Donald Trump is his public persona and his real political persona are completely united. They are the same thing. He's very lucky. He speaks from the heart, and you can, and it's unmediated by calculation. He just says it, and he's very effective. And he obviously worked to get this thing done, and you know, others as well, Steve Witkoff and Marco Rubio, and I think a lot of people played an important part in this. But the Nobel Prize will. He didn't get it this year, it's not. I think.
Will he get it next year?
Here's how he can make it absolutely nailed on. Okay, so the Norwegians are maybe a bit sniffy. The Norwegian Nobel Prize Committee will maybe a bit reserved about giving it to him when.
With gritted teeth?
Well, I think the trouble is that there's been such a big public campaign. They're not used to that. They're not used to people sort of asking for it. They're used to having the pleasure of giving it. So I think the way for, and don't forget that these guys won't be naturally Trump supporters. These people on this committee, you know, they tend to give the prize to left liberal people, well, one kind or another. But the way to make this thing nailed on for Trump, he can win the prize, several Nobel Prizes for peace, if he applies to Vladimir Putin the same pressure that he's put on Hamas. He needs to step up the pressure on Putin, and he needs, and we all do. We've got to. The war in Gaza has been terrible, but the war in Ukraine has killed exponentially more people.
We will come on to that later.
Yes. Forgive me. But that's my tip for how the president can win the prize. Nailed on.
And what about Tony Blair? Is he deserving of the accolade?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not close enough to the whole thing to know. My feeling is that the Americans have been decisive in this. Because in the end, look, America calls the shots with Israel because America is the ultimate financial backer of Israel's defense. And I think when the guys in Hamas looked at, you know, what Trump was supporting, he'd come in with Israel to bomb all those Iranian facilities. You know, they looked at what had happened to Hezbollah. I think that they thought this guy's serious. So when he says he's going to wipe us out, they believed it. And so for that reason, I think that, you know, that's where the prize belongs. It belongs with the Americans, and with Trump. You know, definitely. And you know, this is going to shock. Do you see it? You're in central London now. We're in central London. I don't see any kids out on the streets of central London demonstrating, you know, support for Trump or joy at the end of the Gaza conflict. I mean, they were demonstrating every day.
Why is that?
They were demonstrating every day when it was on, but now that it's over, well, they're curiously silent.
Why
is there no jubilation? Why aren't they out there saying, thank you, Donald, thank you, Trump? Well, I'll tell you why. Because Trump is good. I'll tell you why. Because they're all lefties, and because Trump is somebody that they disapprove of, and that's the reason. And Trump is not politically correct, and I'm afraid that's the problem. So, and also, you know what? It had got to the stage where these demonstrations, and they're still going on against Israel. They're not about Gaza. They're not about the suffering of the Palestinian people, which they should be. They're about hatred of Israel, and they've become partly to do with hatred of Jewish people, and it's been very ugly to watch. Very, very ugly. But now that's over, I hope.
The UK under Keir Starmer has recently recognised the state of Palestine. This is a step you chose not to take while in power. What do you think of Keir Starmer's decision?
I think it's completely vacuous. I think it's trivial. I think it wouldn't, you know, it made no difference. It didn't give the Palestinians anything worthwhile. It didn't give the people growing up in Gaza anything worthwhile. You know, recognition of a state should only really happen under the terms of the Montevideo Convention of 1933, which we sign up to in Britain. When you know the boundaries of the entity, you know, and you know that you have a secure government and a recognised system of government, and you don't have either of those in the case of Palestine. So it was premature. I mean, it should happen eventually, but it's premature now and has achieved nothing.
Bridget Phillipson, the UK Education Secretary, has said the UK has played a pivotal role in securing the peace deal. Mike Huckabee, the American ambassador to Israel, has said she is delusional. What's your take?
Well, I think Mike Huckabee is almost certainly right there. I don't think that the Labour government had any purchase on the matter, you know, because they'd lost all their credit with Israel. You know, Britain has been a long-standing ally and supporter of Israel, but you know, the UK, sadly under Labour, had taken a different policy, had sided with you know, had allowed these very obnoxious protests to take place in London, had taken steps to stop supporting Israel financially, militarily, and so we had no purchase with Israel, but we didn't have any influence with Hamas either. I don't think, not that I know of. So you know, the UK had not a lot to say, but which is strange really, because the UK, you know, we were the origins of the problem. I mean, if you look at the mandate that we had for
the Balfour Declaration,
well, all that, yes, we fulfilled one half of the Balfour Declaration, but not the other half.
Given the scale,
we created a homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine, but we didn't do anything to protect the rights, or not enough to protect the rights and aspirations of the Palestinian people. And I hope that what's going to happen now is that we will finally sort out that second objective. And the great thing about what Trump has done is that the surrounding Arab states are now going to be involved in that process. So it's immensely positive.
Given the scale of the casualties in Gaza, are the ICC justified in pursuing Benjamin Netanyahu for a criminal trial?
I don't think so. I really don't. And I'll be very candid with you. I think that any Prime Minister of Israel would have had to do something to stop an attack like October the 7th happening again. You know, suppose it had happened in the UK, right? Suppose we'd had pro rata with a population of 60 million and 69 million, whatever we are. That would have been 8,000 or 9,000 people, men, women and children being tortured, killed, raped, whatever. There's screams all over British news day after day. Hundreds of hostages taken. Imagine what the House of Commons is going to do in those circumstances. Imagine what the British Parliament would do. Would they allow that to happen? Would they allow the organisation that did that to stay in power? No way. No way. He had to do something. And so, no, I don't think that the ICC is right. You know, I think it's a political gesture. Again, it achieves nothing. The Americans don't even recognize the ICC, as far as I know. They don't even recognize its jurisdiction.
I'd like to get your thoughts on the UK's role in the rebuild of Gaza.
I hope that the UK will play a big role in rebuilding Gaza, and I hope that there will be, whether Tony Blair is there or not, that there's got to be some way of giving confidence to investors in Gaza, and there will be. I mean, it's got to be a Palestinian-run place, but without Hamas, and we've got to help that happen, and we've got to help trigger business investment. That's the best solution. I'll tell you a terrible, in 2005, when all the Israeli settlers were pulled out, right, of Gaza, what happened was that a lot of aid money went in, quite rightly, and lots of businesses were set up, and lots of and some leisure facilities, right, like cafes and places where you could ride ponies and stuff. And there was a place called Crazy Water Park they set up in Gaza. And maybe our viewers can check this out if I've got this wrong, because I might have got this wrong, but this is what I was told. Crazy Water Park. And it was one of those places where you can go. I've got lots of little kids, and I've got lots of kids, but have you ever been to a water park with the slides and stuff? And you get stuck in the slides. Sometimes it's very humiliating, but you plop into these pools. It's great fun. Okay, people go to these things. They love them. You take your family. They built one in Gaza, but Hamas, he freaked out because the women were going around without their headscarves on, and they were smoking in a public place. The women and there were men and women in bathing costumes. Well, of course they're going to be in a bathing costume. It's called Crazy Water Park, right? You're not going to wear a suit. It's ridiculous. But Hamas, in I think 2010, it had been running for a year or so. They came in the middle of the night, 40 guys in balaclava, in masks. They burnt down Crazy Water Park, right? Because it was religiously offensive. I mean, honestly, give me a break. Whoever is running Gaza has got to be, I mean, yes, you must be sensitive to people's religious feelings. Of course. But you've also got to have a bit of realism and compassion for the human race. We want to have fun. People want to take their families to Crazy Water Park, right? I'm pro Crazy Water Park. I'm anti-Hamas. That is my position. And I want the government of Gaza to be like that. And I think it can be. And I think it can be. I really believe that it can be a wonderful, but it'll be an Arab solution. It's got to be a Palestinian solution, but with help and with help
without Hamas.
But without Hamas, without the factional fighting, the zealotry, the ruthlessness, the cruelty. We need to move on.
Moving on to UK politics now. What has been your assessment of Keir Starmer's premiership?
You seriously asking me this question? He was my opponent. He's terrible. I mean, he's making it. Look, I mean, Britain's a wonderful country, okay? And nothing I say should in any way prejudice people's desire to come to London, have a wonderful time. I used to be mayor of the city for 8 years, as well as Prime Minister. It's a wonderful country. It's a great place to be. But it's sad at the moment because Starmer doesn't know what to do. And he's making huge economic mistakes. He's taking too much in tax from businesses. He's driving people overseas. I haven't seen this since the 1970s. When I was a kid, people were fleeing in the 70s under Labour. People were fleeing London. You remember? Well, you're far too young. You see, it's tragic. And now it's happening again. I haven't seen it. We haven't seen this for 50 years. People leaving the country because of a Labour government.
And him as a leader. Well, you spent a lot of time at the dispatch box. You argued with him.
He's a
intensely.
human bollard. He's you know what? He pretends to be very much holier than thou. He pretends to be righteous, but he took all these free suits, free spectacles. Imagine that. £8,000 spectacles he took from some Labour donor. It was a scandal. Free shoes, free everything. Ridiculous. And he gets pushed around. So I don't like what's happening with this China stuff. I'm not a Sinophobe, right? China's an amazing country, it's very important. China's a part of our lives. Every country. Saudi Arabia, every country has important business relations with China, and so does the UK. But you don't let China push you around. And then we did this thing, I don't know if you've seen this, but there's a couple of parliamentary researchers were accused of spying. And they've been, the case against them has been dropped. It looks like pressure from China. And we did this, I don't know if you saw it, we did this terrible deal on the Chagos Islands. Did you see this thing? We didn't sell the Chagos Islands. We gave them away, and we spent like £37 billion over the next 40 years or so, over a long. It's a huge sum of money to expiate our guilt for having owned them in the first place. It's just mad. Why did we do this? It's completely incomprehensible unless you think that China has been pushing behind the scenes, because China and Mauritius are very close.
Do you see China?
So China has been, and so it's very weak of Starmer to give in to this kind of pressure. Very, very weak.
Do you see China as a real threat to the UK?
Well, I think it's very, very important to have a balanced approach. And as I said, China is a massively important economic partner. We sell lots of stuff to China. We have a certain amount of Chinese investment in the UK. That's great. But what you don't want is to be in a position where China calls the shots. No way. And so when it comes to British nuclear power or British 5G mobile telephony or whatever, you can't have China running it.
Labour were very critical of your government scandals, yet Angela Rayner has had to resign over questionable tax dealings. What is your take on that, and is this hypocrisy?
Well, I think as I said to you before, I think there are a bunch of hypocrites. But worse, because, a lot of the things they do are far, far worse than anything that happened in my government. So it's just weird. It's very peculiar. But the worst thing is their economic policies, and they're not showing the kind of leadership that the country needs at the moment.
Do they need a new leader? Andy Burnham is waiting in the wings.
There might be somebody even worse than Starmer.
Andy Burnham, what's your take on him?
Nice chap. He kind of looks like he's wearing mascara the whole time. You notice he's a very nice guy. He's all right. I always got on very well with Andy. I think being a mayor of Manchester suits him, and he's good campaigner for his own city. That's a very important thing. I don't know whether he would be an improvement on Starmer. I can't comment on that. I think the risk of changing Starmer is you might get something worse. Really, that is, Starmer is pretty bad. What we have to do, the international markets have got to say make it clear to Rachel Reeves and Starmer, look, Britain is a great economy. You've got to curb public spending. You've got to curb welfare. You've got to get the budget back in order. But you can't keep putting up taxes and driving business away, because then you won't get any growth, and then they're in a doom loop now because of what they did in 2024. They put up taxes so much that business lost confidence and growth died, and so the tax revenues fell so much that they haven't got enough to pay for their commitments to the doctors, the nurses, to all the public sector. So the only thing they can do is what they so it's November. It's next month, November the 26th. They're going to come back to the public and say we need more tax, which is going to be a vicious circle, and they're going to send the doom loop spiraling down. Do you see what I mean? So,
and as Margaret Thatcher said,
they need to get out of that doom loop, out of that nightmare, and into a virtuous circle of encouraging investment, encouraging productivity growth, moving people out of the state sector into the private sector. I mean, one thing that really encourages me is AI. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Absolutely.
Do you use ChatGPT? Do you love ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. It's so nice. ChatGPT.
What do you use it for? What do you use it for?
Well, I'm writing various books, and but I just use it. I just ask questions. You know that the answer, but ChatGPT always says, "Oh, your question's so clever. You're brilliant. You're excellent. You have such insight," and I love it. And it's so, and I think I see great promise in this technology because, we're all simple human beings. Looking after the elderly costs an absolute fortune. Looking after the people with disabilities, everything, the welfare thing. If you have automated systems that can engage with people and say, "Oh, Mrs. Miggins, it's time for your pill. You need to do this. Do you need any help with your shopping? I can get you somebody." Oh, suddenly you're going to be able to bring the costs down of the welfare system. You're going to bring the cost down of the healthcare system, and look at something like HS2. HS2, which is the big railway, which we had to cancel. The disaster. We were now only going to Birmingham. We've already got a train to Birmingham. We don't need to have another huge high-speed train to Birmingham. We need to go to Manchester. We need to go all the way up the country.
Is this not a bipartisan? Yeah.
No. Let me just finish my point because it's an original point. If HS2 costs £100 billion, right? 100 billion roughly to build this high-speed railway. Most of the cost of that is going on lawyers and environmental impact assessments and planning applications and all sorts of stuff that is not actually digging tunnels or putting railway lines or building trains. It's all about legal nonsense. Most of it, like 50% at least. So much of that can be done by AI. You don't need this stuff anymore. You can massively accelerate the legal processes. So what I'm saying is, the UK should be. We are the world leader in AI. One of the world leaders. I mean, we have fantastic. We should be using that lead to cut the cost of government. And if you cut the cost of government, then you can put that money back into the pockets of people and stimulate growth. And that's the way to get out of or one of the ways to get out of the doom loop.
Regarding tax, it was Margaret Thatcher who said that this is her 100th birthday today. She said, the problem with socialists is they eventually run out of other people's money. Is that still the case today?
Yes. I mean, they're getting, well, I mean, as I say, it's a great country. Don't worry, always invest in Britain. But, they're getting to this. So long-term government gilt yields, so that's the cost of borrowing for Britain, is the highest it's been for 30 years. And that means that so the markets are saying, we doubt more than we did your ability to pay us. And that's bad. Britain's never defaulted in all of our, the 1,000-year history.
What would Thatcher make of the UK now?
I think she'd think some things were pretty amazing, and I think she'd be disappointed with others. I think there's a lack of conviction, and there's a lack of self-belief, and we've kind of got into a sort of moral confusion about some things,
Such as?
Well, such as Ukraine, where some people don't see how it's kind of like back in the 80s when you had some people defending the Soviet Union and some people now actually defend Putin, and it's crazy.
Staying with UK politics and moving on to Reform UK and Nigel Farage, they're soaring in the polls. What do you make of them?
I think that there's I would say that my own party, the Conservative Party, should be the natural beneficiary of Labour's unpopularity. We should be doing much, much better. I think, honestly, this won't surprise your viewers, and I'm going to be, you've got to forgive me, but I think we had a huge, I was elected with a huge mandate with 44% of the vote. I had 44% of the vote in, which is a record, as high as it's been for 4 years in 2019. And I think it was a mistake for us to change horses when we did, and then we lost big time in 24, and we just haven't recovered our forward momentum.
Do you think it's just desserts after they ousted you?
I think Kemi is doing a very good job, and she's excellent. But I think there's a lot of disenchantment. I think the voters are very cheesed off. They think the Tories just descended into factional squabbling. Labour's hopeless. Let's try these new guys. Now, I think the problem with the new guys is that, well, I mean, there are lots of problems. I think their economic prospectus is no good, and I think they're not much good on Russia, Ukraine either.
Do you think Nigel Farage could become the Prime Minister of the UK?
I mean, I know there's such speculation. I think it's unlikely. I think he has a very big hill to climb to get there. It's clear that the best bet is for the Tory party. It's a long way to go till the election, sadly. I mean, because we should try and get rid of Labour as fast as possible. But the best bet is for the Tory party to get their act together and recover. Kemi's very good. She gave a great speech at the party conference.
Yes,
absolutely. Very good. All about helping young people to buy their own home. Brilliant. That's what we want. Young people feel cut out of things because they can't get property. Tories help them. Tories win when we help young people get property.
David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary of the UK, he called Nigel Farage a fascist. Is that fair?
Look, I mean, I think that there's far too much sort of pointless name calling in. I don't know what they mean by that. I don't see that. What I do see is too much of Putin apologizing for Putin, and an unclear economic strategy. I also worry that, I'm not certain what the real agenda is for the UK. What's the growth agenda? I don't see it. You need a growth agenda. You need to do some of the things I was talking about. You need to be cutting spending. You need to be cutting taxes. You need to be stimulating investment, using technology. That's what we should be doing.
And across Europe, is uncontrolled illegal migration, is that driving the political zeitgeist? Is it driving it to the right?
Yes, but thankfully, in the UK, we took back control of full legal control of immigration. So, when I was one of the first things that I did when I was trying 2019, 2020, we had this huge battle to come out of the EU. And the rules of the EU say that if you want to come from another EU country into Britain, you can. And not only that, but you can have a job, you can do whatever you want, you can get benefits. That's what the EU says. And so that meant 450 million people could come to the UK with nothing to stop them. So we took back control of our borders, in the sense that if we want to, we can have zero legal immigration. Zero. You say, no, sorry. You want to come to the UK? No. The more difficult, the thing that really annoys people is the sight of illegal immigration. And that is a real nightmare, because you've got people crossing the channel illegally and coming to the country, and that needs to end. And we had a brilliant plan to do that when I was Prime Minister. We were going to, so just before I sadly left office, we had a plan called the Rwanda Plan, which was basically these guys were going to arrive in their boats across the channel from France and find that Kent was twinned with Kigali, and they were going to hit them, like before they even got to, find their way to the accommodation. They would be back to Africa, Central West Africa.
What stopped that plan?
Lawyers for too long. But there's no reason why it shouldn't work. And I think one of the mistakes we made was not waiting until we'd got it working before calling the election. But I was out of office then. But we should have. That was the thing. It's a brilliant idea, and as soon as people started hearing about it in the camps in Calais, they started thinking, "Oh my God!" and they stopped coming in such numbers.
Reform and Nigel Farage are suggesting that the UK should leave the European Commission on Human Rights, the ECHR. What's your opinion on that?
It's not the only thing. It's not a silver bullet. Leaving the ECHR is, I think it's a good thing to do, a respectable thing to do now, but it's not the only thing you need to do. I mean, there are various things you need to do.
The UK must leave it.
It should do, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's because it's become a very different beast from what it was. It's now, it's Strasbourg. The Strasbourg court is much more adventurous in trying to, and much more political than it was 30 years ago. So yes, get out of that. But then there are various. I think we've more or less got it. So the problem we had with Rwanda was that the left-wing lawyers all said, well, you can't send people to Rwanda because Rwanda is a frightening place where they had a genocide in recent memory, and what if their human rights of people are abused in Rwanda? So we had to show laboriously that wasn't true, and that Rwanda was. It's true now. Rwanda is actually a very well-run country, and it was still, but because of the courts continually finding small objections, just trivial things about, I can't even remember what it was. We had to pass a law, which was basically the Rwanda is safe law. And it said, Rwanda, great place, in the view of the British Parliament. And so that trumped the judicial objections.
Did you visit Rwanda?
Yeah, I have done. Yeah. Have you been there?
No.
It's great. I mean, it's unbelievably clean. I think you probably get severely punished for dropping chewing gum in the street quite properly, but it's beautiful.
Could quitting the ECHR that will interfere with the Good Friday Agreement? Do you think that leaving the ECHR will push towards Irish reunification?
Oh, I don't think so. No, I don't think that's I don't think that follows at all. I think that there's been a Northern Ireland has been part of the United Kingdom since before the Convention on Human Rights, before the ECHR, before I think things will go on.
And of course,
as long as that's the will.
Yes, of course, in the Good Friday Agreement it says there has to be identical levels of laws, both economically and socially. Hence, leaving the ECHR, it may and it will cause issues within the Good Friday Agreement.
I think that what we would say is that people's rights were going to be protected in the UK, whatever happened in all parts of the UK, and that people in Northern Ireland would not be in any way disadvantaged by comparison with people in the rest of the island of Ireland. So, people in this country really do have their rights protected. I don't think that the ECHR makes makes any difference. And I think it'd be pretty easy to show that. I mean, the convention is written into British law anyway.
Moving on to the Conservatives now, your own party. We just had the Conservative Party conference. Kemi Badenoch, she spoke passionately. What did you make of her performance?
Outstanding. I told you already. I think she had a great conference, great announcement of the cut in stamp duty, something for everybody who is hoping to buy a home. Stamp duty is a terrible tax, freezing up the property market. Great news.
A rather simple question now. Do you miss frontline politics, and how are you filling your days now?
I'm very, very happy. I mean, I'm very honoured to come on your show, obviously, but I'm very happy. I got a lot on my plate. I got 4 children of 5 and under. I've got, it's a lot of work. I've got to try and pay for my wife's kitchen. I've got to do all sorts. This is a full-time job. I'm writing a lot. I'm drawing and painting and doing. I've got lots of stuff to do. So I'm very happy. I'm frustrated by the way Labour is taking things. So I want the Tories to come back.
President Trump made a miraculous return to politics, as did Winston Churchill, who is one of your great idols.
Yes.
I'm not a betting man, Boris, but I would say it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we shall see you back in frontline politics.
Well, look, I mean, I think I've compared it before to being reincarnated as an olive, or it's about as likely, or being blinded by a champagne cork. It is statistically possible. You can get lost or locked in a disused fridge. Or,
not impossible.
It's statistically. I mean, anything can happen. But water can flow uphill. But it's unlikely. It's unlikely. I got to be. I'm looking at. I want my party to come back and to get organised. That's the best solution.
And if it continues to go in the opposite direction, would you feel duty bound?
It will. I think it'll. I think. You know what I think? The idea. I think the people will be so they will get their act together.
You've won every election as well. I think you've ever fought. So
yeah.
Is it a case that if you're called for, you wouldn't come back?
I think that the Tory party would be much. They will recover of their own. They've got lots of talent. They've got ideas now. They're being grown up about their policies. We need the reform. This great bubble. It's like a pumpkin or a squash or gourd, one of those things that has been inflated with drips of water for a prize for a marrow. Have you ever seen that? When maybe my grandmother used to grow prize marrows and squashes and things, and they were always filled with water, so they exploded. That's what's going to happen to reforms. It's going to blow up.
With the Tories down, Labour are wobbling, Reform are rising. Do you rule out a coalition between the Conservatives and Reform?
Well, neither of them seem to want such an arrangement. So if there is, it's it's one of those romances that is taking a long time to get going.
Moving on to free speech in the UK, there's been growing concern about the restrictions on free speech. We've seen the Irish comedian Graham Linehan, or the writer of Father Ted. He was arrested at Heathrow by 5 officers for tweets regarding the trans community.
I saw that. He's the guy who wrote Father Ted. Yeah, look, I think this whole thing's gone a bit crazy. I mean, 20 years ago, this thing didn't even exist. This whole trans thing. Nobody told us that this was I don't remember any discussion of this. And now you can't say anything that's,
offensive.
I think everybody just needs to calm down. And I think, yes, people should be polite, but people should also grow a bit of a thicker skin. There's too much policing of tweets. But what we mustn't do is start to say that things like the Father Ted guy being persecuted for his tweets, it's not as bad. It's not the same as what's happening in Russia. It's not the same as what's happening in China. I mean, Russia, you literally have journalists shot. You have thousands and thousands of people locked up. If you're an opponent of Putin, you get poisoned or you get sent to a concentration camp. That doesn't happen in Britain, right? And so we've got to a stage where we're sort of making a false equivalence between ourselves and other countries, and that's rubbish. That's rubbish.
Elon Musk is very vocal on this matter. He has tweeted out numerous times in regards to the UK, make 1984 fiction again. What do you think of his sentiments, and what do you think of Elon Musk?
He's a brilliant guy. I mean, I mean, I know him a bit, and I've talked to him. He's an absolutely brilliant guy, amazing guy. And you know, look, there's a point. What he says about and what people say about free speech is correct. There is an issue, and we have to be vigilant in support of free speech. And you know, people should not be jailed for one single tweet that they delete almost immediately. But you can't compare that with North Korea, where if you say something that the regime doesn't like, you get strapped in front of an anti-aircraft gun and blown to smithereens. You know, that's different, right? So let's keep the moral difference.
And just staying with Elon Musk, do you think he was perhaps caught off guard? He didn't expect the political backlash he received for coming out and supporting Trump in the way he did, or entering frontline politics?
He obviously believed in it. I think he tried his best with Doge, but I think sometimes business people do find politics quite frustrating, because if you're a big businessman and a big leader, you're used to being able to tell people, you do this, and then it gets done. In politics, it's not quite like that. It's more, you know, there's...
How is it?
You've got to know where all the kind of, you know, the groups are. You've got to know who's going to push back. You've got to be quite an operator. And I think...
It seems wildly inefficient.
Yes, it is. It is. And I think, you know, I think the whole Doge thing was a good idea. We should do it here.
Moving on to a topic that's very close to your heart is the war in Ukraine. During your time as Prime Minister, you were the first world leader to visit Ukraine. You led what's now dubbed the Coalition of the Willing. What, in your mind, does peace ultimately look like in Ukraine?
I hope that peace will look like, I mean, I don't know what the exact geography of Ukraine will be. I hope that Russia will get out of as much as possible. They can be persuaded to withdraw as much as possible. I mean, they have it's pointless holding on to this land. They'll have to spend a huge amount of money remediating it, investing in it. They're better off out of it. But I hope it will involve a free, sovereign, independent Ukraine. That's the most important thing, and I think it will. And the faster we get to that solution, the better. And we need to speed up, because this war's been going on for 3.5 years. And as Donald Trump rightly says, too many people are being killed. And it can end. It should end. And you know, I would do several things to bring it to an end as fast as possible. I would, number one, I would take that. There's $300 billion of Putin's money frozen in a bank account called Euroclear in Brussels. Maybe, you know, the biggest chunk is in that bank account. That money could be taken, unfrozen, and given to the Ukrainians in advance as a down payment on the bill the Russians will have to pay for reparations, you know, and that would be huge. Let's see, that's a serious amount of money for Ukraine, 150, 200 billion, you know, so 300 billion. So that would sort them out for at least 2 years, right? Putin would look at that and he'd think, oh God, I got to keep fighting for 2 more years. Putin's economy is in a, you know, not looking good right now. Number two, the weapons that the Ukrainians have, they should be given the permissions to send those weapons to take out the Russian bases. Man, Putin's bombing Ukrainian cities every night with drones, with missiles. They're coming from these bases in Russia. The Ukrainians should have the permission to take out those bases and do more to take out the Russian oil refineries. Number three, I think that we need to be doing more to crack down on the shadow fleet. You know, Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them, or you know, I mean, something should happen to them to stop this. I wouldn't. You must stay within the law. You tell people on board the boats that their time's up, they must get off. But then we should stop this. Then you've got to be tougher on the countries that are keeping Putin going by buying his oil. They're funding his war machine. And Trump has shown the way. Other countries need to do the same. For the fifth thing, you talk about the coalition of the willing. What is this argument fundamentally about? Fundamentally, the question is Ukraine part of a Russian empire, a Russian sphere of influence? Is it basically controlled from Moscow? Or is it a free country, a free democracy that can do what it wants? And so the coalition of the willing, the European ground forces, they should go now. They should go now to Ukraine. They should go to Kyiv.
Boots on the ground?
Boots on the ground now. In the safe parts of Ukraine. Most of you, I go there quite a lot. I'm sure you do. Most of Ukraine is perfectly safe to visit, right?
And what if those troops were targeted or hit by a missile? Does that risk escalation?
No. Well, you could say the same about anybody who goes to Ukraine. So send them there, doing backup, doing logistics, doing training, stuff like that, away from the front line. Under no circumstances are these guys going to be fighting, shooting against Russians. Never. That's not going to happen. So given that that is never going to happen, there's no reason why they can't go now. And the reason for sending them now is because that shows to Putin our answer to the question, what is Ukraine? We're saying Ukrainians decide now and forever who their alliances are with, which foreign troops come onto their soil, and not Moscow. Do you see what I mean? So the boots on the ground is an opportunity to clear up the ambiguity. Ukraine has suffered for too long, since 91 when it was created. It has suffered from this ambiguity. The Ukrainians want to be free. They want to be independent.
President Trump, he recently met with Vladimir Putin in Alaska. Do you think, in the same way as he's done in Gaza, is Trump capable of brokering a peace in Ukraine?
Yes, if he does the things that I've mentioned, and he can, and if also I think he needs to, so like he did with Hamas and with Netanyahu, he needs to show to Putin that Trump wants Ukraine to be free. And I think once Putin understands that that's what America's real objective is, they will find a way through. They will sort it out.
There are some corners of the world, particularly online, that say perhaps a Russian victory may be inevitable simply due to the size comparison of the countries. How do you respond to that? But
Russia is losing. I mean, honestly, they've been saying that Ukraine's going to be conquered for 3 years, and Russia has still taken less than 20% of Ukrainian territory, and half of Russia's oil refineries are now out of action, quite a big proportion, 30-40% are out of action. They have terrible problems, and this is Ukraine doing this to them. They need a way out of this thing. They're not going to conquer the whole of Ukraine. They need a solution, and it'd be the best thing for Putin. Putin, he controls the media. He can say, "I've won." He can say, "I've cleared all the Nazis out of Ukraine. That's it. Voila. And no more Nazis." I mean, there never were any Nazis, but he can say that. And get the thing over with. I think Trump is in a position to put pressure on Putin. I really do.
I'll just end.
But other people have got to back. But the Europeans, we've all got to support Trump in exerting more pressure. America can't do it on its own.
And I'd just like to end our time, Boris, with a quote about legacy from your great idol, Sir Winston Churchill. He said, "History shall be kind to me, for I intend to write it." What will be the legacy of Boris Johnson?
I'm proud of having given my country back, or helped to give my country back, its constitutional legal independence. That was the thing I was elected to do. I think that it was also important that we, because of that freedom, we were able to vaccinate people. I know you may worry about vaccinations, but we vaccinated people more quickly than any other European country, more than virtually any other country in the world. And so we came out of lockdowns faster. I'm also proud that the UK was able to work to ensure the freedom of another European country, and that Ukraine was not crushed. It's the battle, the fight is still not over, but at least we helped to avert a catastrophe in the first few weeks and months. I think there's a few other things, but it's quite enough to be going on with. I think constitutional legal independence is important.
Boris Johnson, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello, I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and welcome to a special edition of W News Extra. Coming up on today's show, we'll be taking a look back at some of the highlights of the week, all broadcast from the Al Arabiya headquarters. China and the US have agreed to a one-year trade truce following talks between Donald Trump and Xi Jinping. The two leaders agreed to roll back export controls and ease other trade barriers. The meeting marked the end of a whirlwind tour of Asia for the US president, where he negotiated trade breakthroughs with South Korea, Japan, and Southeast Asian nations as well. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates. Dr. Ellie and Gemma, thank you so much for joining me this evening. Dr. Ellie, let's start with you. The much anticipated meeting between Xi Jinping and Donald Trump all happened, and we see this one-year trade truce that's now in place. Do you think that this is just a temporary measure, or do you think this could last longer term?
It is temporary, and it could last, it could be renewed, but definitely it's good news. It's good news for the US, it's good news for China, it's good news for the world economy. I think if we look at how it happened and the details about it, first, them meeting in South Korea is something of a positive sign, but also a sign that China is comfortable going to a very close US ally and negotiating a trade deal in that country, not on its own turf, not on its own territory, and still come up as the more stable, the more firm, but also the more stabilizing force in the world, while Trump, on the other hand, did get what he wants. He did save face, while his tariff policies were not delivering as well as he thought they would deliver. So he was able to save face and manage to get some kind of an agreement done there. But definitely, altogether, I think it is good news for markets in general. Less good news for Trump's tariffs policies altogether.
But also good news that the two biggest economies are now having face-to-face talks, and the tit-for-tat that we've seen throughout the last year seems to have died down a little bit. But Gemma, it's really interesting because Dr. Ellie just mentions the global economies there, much optimism in the stock markets ahead of this meeting between Xi and Trump. But can global markets trust this deal? And we have to think about it when it comes to really big issues, things that weren't talked about, like TikTok, tech, Taiwan. A lot of thorny issues were kind of brushed over.
Yeah, I think right now, as a lot that we see with Trump, it's really just words at the moment. You know, nothing's been agreed, nothing's been formally put down. So we sort of have that at the moment. So the market confidence, global markets, are really going to hinge on the implementation of this final agreement and the enforcement of that, obviously. So there's no point just having an agreement without it being enforced. Now, this deal, along with ongoing diplomatic and economic developments, will all affect the global markets. But I think right now it's very much in a wait and see or sit and wait, time will tell kind of phase, because, as we say, nothing's been formally agreed right now. Now, I think there's a lot of pros and cons to this before we go into, you know, the things which weren't discussed. The pros is that the deal signals a willingness for these two superpowers to sit down and have these conversations. And on the negative, as you said, there was so much that was left unsaid. And I actually think what was left unsaid is louder than what was said. Tech, there's so many issues around technology. These have been ongoing for quite a long time with regards to security, intellectual property, cyber security. And then obviously the issue of Taiwan, again, been going on for a very long time. So, yeah, they haven't tackled these deep, deep-rooted issues, but I wouldn't expect those to come up. These are decades old. They're not something that can be sorted out, you know, over a meeting in South Korea. And I sort of don't think we're going to hear about those for a while, to be honest.
And it's interesting because Donald Trump is the momentum's man. We can say that. You know, we saw him on this tour in Asia. Dr. Ellie had so much energy. He was dancing. He looked like he really enjoyed himself. Donald Trump is momentum. You look at Xi Jinping from China. It's very different. It's very playbook. Everything's extremely scripted. So very different leaders coming together. But it's a willingness, like Gemma said, to talk, to get on the same table. We know that Ukraine and Russia is still a big sticking point. So I wonder if the closer relationship will be able to change the climate that we're living in at the moment, geopolitically, possibly.
Yeah. First, let's ask ourselves which one does the market like better? The more poised, the more easy, the more texted, you know, statements, or Trump's way of declarations and dancing and ceremonial stuff and so on. So I think even that is starting to appear more and more at odds with what the rest of the world wants and what the rest of the world needs. The world needs decreasing of tensions. The world needs more talking, which is not what has been happening in the past. Now it's a very good sign, and I completely agree with Gemma on the fact that so many things were left out, but then this is a very good sign that we're not willing to pick a fight on this or that. We're more willing to sit down and talk because we know it's on both interests, on a mutual interest, to sit down and talk. Even if we agree on 40, 50, 60%, and the rest is not done, already this is a big achieve for both of us and for the world economy, which is something could.
And yes, of course, now we see China will buy more soybeans from the US, and China will not put so many export restrictions when it comes to its rare earth minerals. But another thing I was thinking about a little bit earlier, Donald Trump has a much more positive tone towards China than the likes of Joe Biden. So in some ways, we see things slightly beginning to change when it comes to the US. Yes, he went hard on tariffs, but he seems to have rolled back a little bit.
This seems to be the playbook, right? He comes out hard, lots of rhetoric, lots of big words. It creates tension. And then it's like he needs that tension in order to move forward with what he actually wants to do. I think we've seen it time and time again. I will say, though, I feel that China has come out of this looking a lot better, Xi and China, than Trump and the US. They're moving on to that place as a global superpower and as diplomatic statesmen in the world that has hitherto, I think, eluded them. They're reaching a place, they've shown that they can take on Trump at his own game with the tariffs. They didn't blink. I think he blinked first, to be honest with you. And so I do feel that they have been quite the winners in all of this.
He came out more humbled, if I may say, in a sense, yes. And then is it a smart strategic tactic, or is it, the the arsonist fireman, in the sense that he puts on the fire and then he claims that he is the hero who put it off? This is his way of functioning. Now, going back to your question, is this rapprochement going to change a lot on the world scene? I don't think so. I think that a lot of tensions, and like what happened with Russia leading to the Ukraine war, a lot of tension that was potentially going to lead to a war in Taiwan, it's always good to decrease this tension and to speak about how to cooperate all together. Doesn't mean that any major shifts in strategy is going to happen. Doesn't mean that China and the US are going to become allies. Doesn't mean that Russia and China are going to separate. But still, each state have its own interest at heart. They're going to continue to have their own interests at heart, and these interests are, by nature, contradicting and competing interests.
And I think what Gemma said is really interesting, because you remember in Donald Trump's first term, that's when we really heard a lot about China, and we heard a lot about tariffs. And when I look at China, and I think a lot of other people do, analysts, they think that China did a good job at diversifying and finding different markets to sell to. And China have worked very hard on that. And that's probably why they can play the long game in the situation they're in.
Practically, they can play the long game, yes, but then we should not underestimate the American market. It's a 360 million consumers that get a lot from China. That alone, closing that market, could have been a big hit to the Chinese economy. And even if they have other markets around the globe, nothing can really compete with that US market in terms of spending, in terms of all of that. And this is what Trump was betting on. Yet, for that economy to put tariffs like on Chinese products, eventually the Chinese product is going to cost the same. It's going to be exported at the same cost. Then it's going to be hit with tariffs, and then it's the US consumer who's going to pay that difference. So this is where I think Trump understood that his policy is not directly going to get the positive results he wants, and he needed to rethink that and to get to that kind of a truce, at least temporary, to see how things are going to evolve. And we need to remember that he's going back in April, as it was said, which is a good sign. He's going to China to continue discussing maybe all the other tension issues that you mentioned.
Flooding from Hurricane Melissa has killed at least 20 in Haiti. The storm also struck Cuba with winds of up to 115 miles per hour and heavy rain flooding roads and homes. Last night it hit Jamaica, which has been declared a disaster area by its Prime Minister. Take a listen to what locals are saying.
It was terrible. I witnessed I'm 54 and I witnessed about 3 dangerous storm. I was talking about first Gilbert, Ivan, Emily, and one between that I was in America, but this last one, but this one was worse. It was terrible.
When we say flat, all who have decos flat, all who have zinc flat, come, we need help now!
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Wissam Kirouz, editor at Al Arabiya, who's here with me in the studio, and correspondent Sarah Firth, who's in Washington. Wissam, let's start with you. Thank you so much for joining us, and it's great to have you with us.
It's my greatest pleasure to be with you, as always.
Always good to have you. So we did see some reaction there from people in Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa did hit the country. How are Jamaica and Cuba coping with this aftermath of this Category 5 hurricane?
Let's remember that this huge storm has hit Jamaica with a strength that is on the highest levels. And we have been hearing a lot of harrowing stories about people stranded on the roofs, about people really trying to escape from waters and rivers that are flowing from every side, about trees that are piling up like toothpicks. Now, having said this, the storm moved to, of course, we have the tremendous and very unfortunate human cost for this, but now the storm moved to Cuba, and Cuba is bracing for also a very big impact. Now, what is more feared is what we are expecting in the Bahamas, and maybe a repeat of the Dorian storm and the devastating storm that happened in 2019. We hope it won't happen, but at least we are seeing now a lot of, political, especially from America, voices. We know that help is on the way.
Yes, absolutely. Help is on the way. Sarah, what are the main risks as Melissa does move towards the Bahamas and Bermuda, as Wissam just said to me, and what precautions are being taken? Because in Jamaica, the loss of life has not been anywhere as high as they expected because of forewarning.
Yes, I mean, help is on the way. That is the message, you're correct, from the United States. And let's talk a little bit about what that help is going to look like. You've had the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. He's come out and said, look, the US government is in incredibly close contact with countries in the region, including Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Bermuda. Wissam's absolutely right. Next in Hurricane Melissa's path, its next targets are going to be Bermuda and the Bahamas. And so there is a scramble now to get those rescue and response teams in place to the areas where they're needed. So the Secretary of State saying that those teams are on their way. There's been some criticism here in the United States over what's been seen as perhaps a little bit of a slower approach than would be normal when it comes to emergency response. In part, some quarters here are saying because of the government shutdown. But the warnings and the risks, they remain very similar to what we've already seen play out on the ground in Jamaica. The warnings came early, for people to shelter in place, to not use this as a moment to be brave because of the severity of the risks. So things like the storm surges, the amount of water and rainfall, the flooding risks, all of those incredibly dangerous, but the wind speeds as well, the damage potentially to infrastructure. We are looking at that storm sweeping through the central and southeastern Bahamas. It's already brought storm force winds early this afternoon. So that's going to be overnight, everyone tracking the storm and its impact on the Bahamas. It said it's thought it's possible it'll bring a 4 to 7 foot storm surge and 5 to 10 inches of rain to southeastern Bahamas. So you can just imagine locals in the area trying to deal with the potential repercussions of that, a very scary moment.
Maybe a word also, Sarah, about the political signaling that is coming from America. Now that we have a Latino Ministry of Foreign Affairs or a State Secretary who is trying to balance a little bit the American narrative within the Latin world. Of course, the Bahamas, the Caribbean has always been in the backyard of the United States, but also the United States itself is very much under the the threat of, these storms. Now we have heard a very strong signal from America who is waging a war on what they call the narco-terrorists in South America, in Venezuela specifically, and in Colombia. So now it's also a Trump moment where he can give a different signal to this huge backyard of his, to the Latin world, and also to the Bahamas, which is full of American tourists.
Yeah, no, as you said, Marco Rubio.
Yeah, you're absolutely right with them.
Sorry, Sarah, go for it.
I mean, it's just absolutely right. The Secretary of State has made it very clear that the US is pledging its full support. The Americans are so important for the US administration, for the Trump administration. And it is important signalling at a time when there has been strained relations in other areas. So they have clearly thrown their full support behind rescue and response efforts and aid to some of those areas that have been affected and that are going to be affected in the coming days.
Absolutely.
But another side of this that has been really interesting is when we talk about the storm and the ferocity of Melissa, it's been that lots of people, meteorologists, Wissam, have been saying Hurricane Melissa intensified at a speed rarely seen. And that was because in the Caribbean, the water is abnormally warm. And a lot of this, they're saying, is linked to climate change, and we're seeing massive different things happening in our environment due to it.
Well, the science has been persistently and very clearly stating that extreme phenomenon will be first more extreme, second more frequent, and third and unfortunate, it will have more effect on human lives and on people, because it's a cycle. So when you have warmer waters, so the storms will be a little even harsher, and then the water will be warmer, and it is a cycle. Now, having said this, is it going to change anytime soon? No. What's going to change is the way we people will be prepared and will be coping. And fortunately, now we see in Jamaica itself, as you said, fortunately we haven't seen a toll that is, extreme, because people has been expecting this. And unfortunately, especially this part of the world, will have to be much more prepared. And we all as humankind, we have to be more prepared, more into the mindset of having livelihoods that are prepared for the worst scenarios.
Israeli military says it carried out a targeted strike in the northern Gaza Strip. Meanwhile, Gaza's Civil Defense Agency and hospitals have said a series of other strikes have killed more than 100 people across the Palestinian territory. The Israeli military have issued a statement saying that a soldier was killed during fighting in southern Gaza. Meanwhile, President Trump says the US-backed ceasefire in Gaza is not at risk. Wissam, we've had a lot going on in the last 24 hours between Israel and Gaza, and the situation has been tense. We know the ceasefire has been fragile. How are rescue teams in Gaza coping following last night's attack that we did see, and a lot of people, 100 people, lost their lives?
It's such a sadness that some people that thought that they were finally safe, that they finally passed through the huge, long tunnel of suffering in the war, and then they die because, somehow this, dynamics, this way it works, had that the Israelis decided that they have to strike. Of course, nothing can justify this. Killing people cannot be justified. And it's not gonna be the last time, I think, because this whole deal is fragile. Although I'm saying it's fragile, I think it's also very strong, and it will remain. Because the Americans, as we see, especially Trump and his administration, are somehow very involved. Now, we have been very worried about how much Trump has focus and attention span on every single deal he makes or everything. Now we feel that he is very much focused on this, and somehow destiny made that he is the American president of the Gaza issue. He never expected this. Gaza never expected this, but this is how it is. And apparently it's dear to his heart, to Trump, to make it work. This is why we heard him many times saying that it's gonna be strong, that it's not under jeopardy.
And Sarah, it's really interesting because Wissam is saying there that he thinks the ceasefire will hold. Other people have said the framework does have lots of questions when it comes to these 20 points that still haven't been outlined, and there's a lot to be discussed. Do you think Donald Trump is still keeping the right amount of pressure on Israel to carry through to the second phase of the ceasefire deal? Is enough actually being done?
Well, it was a very robust response from President Trump to the news that Israel had resumed those strikes yesterday. It's worth pointing out that Israel has now said it's resuming the truce, but President Trump essentially saying, look, there was a violation that Israel saw. They were right to respond how they did, warning Hamas that if it didn't play by the terms of that ceasefire agreement, that they would, he said, be terminated, that they're a small part of the Middle East peace process. So the warning there to Hamas was very, very clear. That pressure that the United States has put on Israel, and President Trump himself, of course, spearheading that, has been absolutely critical, not just to getting the ceasefire, but now to sustaining it. And he has made it absolutely clear in his response that it is not to be jeopardized. And I think we have, to a large degree, seen Israel, despite what is a clear violation of the truce from their side too, resuming with their allegations of Hamas breaking the ceasefire, resuming those strikes. They haven't used all the cards that they have, so it was a limited strike. But I think there are some big questions for the Trump administration here around the ceasefire deal, given what has just happened, because we've learned a little bit more about what played out on the ground. Israel is saying that they've not only accused Hamas of dragging their feet when it comes to returning the bodies of the dead hostages, but also accusing Hamas of killing an Israeli soldier in Rafah. Now, Hamas have denied that. There are question marks over who is it who's actually monitoring the ceasefire, potential violations of the ceasefire, and decisions around whether one side or the other chooses to respond to what they allege are violations. And that remains extremely unclear, although clearly in the background you do have the US applying that pressure to ensure that Israel carried out those limited strikes. But in those strikes itself, Israel said they were targeting military commanders. We know from reports on the ground from aid agencies that women and children were among those that have been killed. So the fragility of the ceasefire and the lack of clarity around who's actually monitoring violations, responses to violations potentially moving forward, who oversees that, and what the process is for deciding that, means that the Palestinian civilians on the ground in Gaza are essentially living day to day now with this threat of the resumption of strikes from Israel over their heads every day. Now, we knew it was probably going to be like that given the shaky nature of all of this. That pressure moving forward, it is going to remain absolutely critical. And for now, look, President Trump clearly remains very, very engaged. This is absolutely one of the main achievement of his administration by a long mile. So it's something that the administration wants to preserve. President Trump himself is clearly making sure that that pressure remains on Israel, so that even when we see this kind of response from them, it's limited for the time being.
I wanted to add something to what Sarah said. I agree with her absolutely. And let's look at the Gaza agreement as a vehicle for what's coming next. So for the Americans, and for the first time actually, we heard Trump in his interview with the Time magazine, we saw some kind of round, comprehensive political view and policy on the Middle East. This is something that was a bit surprising for me. He has an idea about where things are going. And this Gaza thing, although it's only about Gaza, and it's very difficult, and we are still in the beginning, and Israel has every capacity to jeopardize and to sabotage this. And let's not forget that every stone that will enter Gaza will have to pass through the borders and will have to be allowed by Israel. But having said this, for the Americans, this deal is the vehicle of what's coming next, of a broader peace. If the Americans are somehow able to make this work, with a great deal of focus, with a great deal of engagement from Trump himself, and with a great deal of, friendly pressure from all the, powers that are now important for Trump in the region. Now they think they can take the region further. Somehow Trump believes that he is the president that can finally bring peace. Okay, this is cheesy a bit, but in his mind it's very interesting, bringing peace to this region. If he can claim this eventually at the end of his mandate, it's going to be big. And no one in Israel can say he is not, pro-Israel enough. And now no one in the Arab world also can say that he is completely against Israel, because he has been tough with the Israelis. So Gaza is very important. It's more than Gaza. Gaza is more than Gaza. This is what I want to say. And the Americans understand this, and many others in the regions. Maybe the Syrians. What's coming next with the Syrians is very interesting. And maybe after the Syrians, other great powers in the region. Maybe also Lebanon. So let's see. A lot is unfolding. Gaza is just a title, but what's coming next is much wider, much more comprehensive.
And the more scandals surrounding Prince Andrew, who hosted Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell and Harvey Weinstein at Royal Lodge, the Prince's private residence in the grounds of Windsor Castle. It was during an event for Princess Beatrice, who was celebrating her 18th birthday. Andrew is currently trying to negotiate another royal residence after being asked to leave Royal Lodge, which is owned by the Crown Estate. Michael, this just seems to be the story that doesn't go away, and it's getting worse and worse and worse for Prince Andrew.
It's death by a thousand cuts. It is a story that Buckingham Palace has been behind from the very beginning, and they don't seem to have any awareness that they need to get ahead of the story, that they need to own the narrative. And as an outsider, it becomes frustrating that, not that they're going to ever rehabilitate Prince Andrew, but that there's so much more that they could do so that the entire family is not taken down by this one person. They have to, I think, bring in outsiders. They have to think outside the box. They have to do something radical. They have to put a face on this, somebody who is not part of the family, somebody who's willing to take charge, somebody who's willing to maybe say some harsh words about the prince, somebody who is willing to make sure that there's a separation. And there doesn't seem to be any awareness that this is even an issue. And this is where it becomes so frustrating, as I said, as an outsider looking at this, as it just gets worse and worse each day.
And Esther, I just want to reiterate one thing. Andrew has always strenuously denied any wrongdoing, and he has agreed to give up his titles as revelations in the memoir of Virginia Giuffre do come out. But Esther, do you think the royal family actually had any idea of anything that was going on all those years ago related to Princess Andrew, Sarah Ferguson, and their relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
I think the royal family unfortunately fell victim to a complete lack of imagination. And in their defense, they just couldn't believe how much of a disaster Prince Andrew was. The lack of judgment, the entitlement, the lack of common sense. I mean, when allegations of this sort of relationship that he had with Virginia Giuffre started coming up in 2011, he was basically saying that he wanted to fight it in court. And I think it was at that point that the Queen should have said, yes, you fight it in court as a private citizen. You're not going to have any access to any funds. You're not going to be using any of your titles. You're going to be suspending all your royal family duties until all of this is sorted. But unfortunately, the Queen was a bit overly cautious and just thought paying Virginia Giuffre and trying to keep this hush-hush as much as possible was the best way to go. Now, we know that this is not a story that was going to die, because what has been revealed is that there are allegations that back in 2011, the day before that infamous picture of Prince Andrew with Virginia Giuffre, where he's holding her waist and you can see Ghislaine Maxwell in the background, came out, he asked his personal protection officer, which is an officer that is paid for by the taxpayer. I'm sure you remember it because this is basically the backbone of Prince Harry's gripe with the Home Office, because they removed his automatic right to personal protection officer and that level of security. He asked them to dig up dirt on Virginia Giuffre, including access to her social security number and her address and her criminal record. Now, there are rumors that he could possibly be facing the authorities here in the US because that's a federal offense to access illegally someone's social security number, which is key to basically all aspects of their life in the US. But also, he hasn't availed himself to any authorities. He keeps bleating on about his innocence, and yet he's not made himself available to the victims' lawyers. He's not spoken to any authorities. He's basically tried to hush this as much as possible. And now we see that actually the extent of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein goes back further and even deeper than he alleged to the public, which means he misled the public while he was in a public office. This goes beyond his disgusting relationship with that disgraced man. And so what the royal family has to do is basically make him face the music. No more protection. If he is as innocent as he says he is, he must face the authorities. He must sing like a canary. He cannot obviously continue to live in a 30-bedroom mansion. But more to the point, he cannot have any of the graces that being a member of the royal family accords him. If this was an average, ordinary man, he would be facing the music. And I think Prince Andrew should as well. And he should have no protection from the royal family. And it's the only way that they can regain the public's trust, because the more that they try to protect him, the more that they bring themselves into disrepute, unfortunately.
US warships have docked in Trinidad and Tobago as the Trump administration increases military pressure on Venezuela and its president. Trump accused Maduro of being the leader of an organized crime gang and carried out 3 more strikes on alleged drug cartel boats. Today, the Venezuelan vice president also announced the arrest of alleged CIA-linked mercenaries. Rauya, there is a lot happening at the moment. We also know a big US warship has arrived in the Caribbean, and tensions are undoubtedly rising between the two countries. But if Trump authorized covert operations, how much power do the authorities in Venezuela have at all?
Let's break down first what is a covert operation.
Yes.
It's one country deciding to perform an operation secretly in a different country, usually through their intelligence agencies. In this case, we're talking about the CIA. So it is. Let's make it clear that under U.S. law, covert operations by the CIA mainly require presidential authorization. So they are definitely authorized by President Trump. They also require to notify the Congress of these operations, not necessarily, and that's through certain intelligence committees, not necessarily to disclose the nature or the details of the operation, but the Congress need to be notified. Another very important thing to fact to point out that under international law, it's illegal for any country to basically conduct any covert operations on foreign soil or the soil of another country. Yet, in practice, powers, usually major powers in the world, have done that many times. What can the Venezuelan government do? In practice, not much. But it depends on many factors. First of all, on intelligence, whether it's able to collect intelligence to conduct arrests like the arrests we're talking about. Also, depends on the territorial control, because the Venezuelan government can control the cities, has full control over the cities, big cities, Caracas and other cities. But there are certain areas that, especially close to the border, that are very hard to police.
But the interesting thing is, obviously, we're hearing this from Venezuela. How true is it? How much do we, that's the reality of it. How true is it, the fact that it's alleged CIA-linked mercenaries? It's all alleged at the moment,
that is the thing. We don't know.
We just don't know.
And we don't know either the boats that are being targeted by the U.S., the Venezuelan whether they do carry drugs, and this is part of the war on drugs or not.
Absolutely.
We don't know.
It's the unknown, but the Trump administration will say that the boats it is taking out in international waters in the Caribbean is linked to narco cartels. But I mean, the questions are still there, and it's those answers we're looking for.
Why not hit up Colombia then? It's so far down on the grand scheme of what are suspected to be the imports of drugs, whatever they may be. And we know that this administration has cracked down on things like methamphetamines and fentanyl, which are not really being imported from South America. We can be sure that it's cocaine that's been imported from South America more than anything else. And realistically, 10% of anything that makes it to the street in the US is what's been routed through Venezuela. It is such a tiny amount.
And it's really
Guatemala, there's a country that's bringing in the majority of the drugs.
And I spoke to a former Ecuadorian minister a little bit earlier when we do talk about this, and I asked him if the US airstrikes on the boats were carrying drugs. Take a listen to what he told me.
We have no information. The United States has provided zero information on who these people are and whether they're carrying drugs. And if they are carrying drugs, they're very likely to be, in the event they're carrying drugs. And a lot of people, again, are saying not necessarily. And if they are carrying drugs, you would imagine that it would be in the US's interest to detain these people who may have information. They're very likely to be very low-ranking members, not even members, maybe just quick hires for the cartels.
So, Jono, there's a lot of speculation, and this has been the speculation many analysts are talking about, is does Donald Trump and the US administration want regime change in Venezuela? Is this basically the end game of this?
I mean, theoretically, it's possible that the administration could overthrow the government in Venezuela. Practically speaking, it's very risky. I mean, this has opened up a whole stack. It's a can of worms that I don't know if this administration necessarily needs. The covert operations that we're hearing about now it's the most aggressive US posture that we've seen in the region in years there. So it is for sure a shift up in gear. Are we going to see troops get on to I don't think that's going to happen. I think this war is going to be fought at sea. Realistically, if we look at what's going to happen on the ground, I don't think we're going to see much more beyond this as well. In saying that, Venezuela have not really got the ability to fight back. If we see anything, it'll be militia. And we're hearing that Venezuela are currently rallying troops for militia, which would be the main force we'd see fighting back. And effectively, that's just cartels getting together with different cartels and fighting the war on behalf of the country. So the ideal would be to weaken Maduro's government as opposed to overthrow him or oust him completely. He's already on shaky ground. And again, this story, because it's been so to the back burner of everything else, is news to me. So on the basis of somebody with fresh eyes looking onto it, you can see from looking in his popularity, where it stands, the fact that he's on shaky ground politically, the fact that he's unrecognised by so many places. This may be an easy win for Donald Trump and the administration.
It could be an easy win for the opposition leader who actually won the Nobel Peace Prize and dedicated it to President Trump.
And she did indeed, and that was for democracy, for fighting for democracy in Venezuela. Yeah. And also, John brought up a really good point there, but the US is among many nations that do not recognise Maduro as Venezuela's legitimate leader, and that's after the last election in 2024, which was widely dismissed as neither free or fair.
But it's hard to think that this would be a reason for President Trump to attack the regime.
But if you also look at the Trump administration, if we're looking at it from the side of what we think that they would say and what they have said, and they've come out and said, this is the war on drugs. It's on narco cartels. Donald Trump has been absolutely adamant that this is what they're going to stop, drug-related deaths on the streets in the US, and they're going to basically crack the cartels to make life better for the people in Venezuela.
But then if that is the case, then we should be hitting up, as I said, Guatemala, it's tenfold. The amount that comes in is tenfold. Colombia, Peru, Bolivia.
Ecuador. We have to remember also that Venezuela has oil, it has copper, it has
great natural minerals. But it also has something that not many other countries in South America have. It is great Russian-Chinese ties and relations. So that is something, and that's a power shift, and it's certainly a global power competition that's been faced by the US right now. I think aligning Venezuela more with the US is certainly something that Trump wants to do.
And by the way, there is also Venezuela has security ties, security intelligence ties with Russian and Chinese intelligence agencies as well. So that also, this is another reason why that could be targeted.
And that seems a lot more logical than a couple of boats carrying a couple of kilos. Personally, that's what I think.
and we're actually sticking with South America. Argentina's President Javier Milei has won the country's midterm election. It comes after President Trump provided a financial boost worth approximately $40 billion. The US president had threatened to pull support for the country if Milei did not perform well. Well, he performed well. So Donald Trump won't have to do that. Just before we get to the question, I want to say Javier Milei was actually in a Rolling Stones tribute band, which I always think you can kind of tell by his
and that's your
hairstyle.
favorite thing about him.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing about him. But listen, we talked about Venezuela. Let's talk about Argentina. Why is Donald Trump so invested in Argentina?
Well, here's one you can win by throwing money at it. You don't need to get anyone on the ground. You don't need to bomb any boats. You can literally just win it by throwing cash at this, and a lot of cash as well. $40 billion US into this. It's involving things like loans, swaps, guarantees, and having a like-minded leader who is pretty much a bosom buddy of Donald Trump in the seat of power strengthens that US influence in South America, which, if we're judging by what we just spoke about for the last 7 minutes, is very important to this administration. It's a proof of concept. It's economic, it's growth, it's ties, it's everything, and it's natural resources once again. But we've seen the tariffs across the world and how they've been so fundamentally damning to the US in some ways, but also have been beneficial, according to Donald Trump. He's now saying that this $40 billion that he's put in to this election, in order for him to have basically somebody who he knows very, very well in there, is a guarantee. And it means that it's given economic leverage to the United States. And he said it's already paid off dividends. So I think is what he's seen here is creating a South America, which is able to give an influx of resources, natural and otherwise, to North America, to Donald Trump's America. And if we couldn't get Canada, let's go for the South. And again, I am speculating here. That might not be what's happening. But it all seems to be coming together in that kind of a way, doesn't it?
And it's quite interesting, actually, because Washington sees Milei as a vital bulwark of support in Latin America, where the Trump administration is trying to reduce Chinese influence. And that's something, as you said, Jono, could be the reason why we're seeing all this money go into Argentina. But the reality is Argentina has, for a long time, battled with the economy. And this is something we all know. Milei, he's come in, reform, change. That's the slogan. So what is the future of Argentina? And this is the big question when a lot of people are looking at the story and Javier Milei.
Well, definitely the future of Argentina with Milei, at least at this moment as it stands after his victory, is definitely at a pivotal moment in its history, whether it be economically, politically, or even socially. Let's look at the realities of today first. The economy remains heavily dependent on oil. The lack of diversification is usually considered a weakness. Inflation is very high, 172%, imagine. It was in April 2025. GDP growth after Milei is definitely recovering, yet analysts are saying that this recovery could be very fragile. And also, the most important thing, a large portion of the population is still in poverty, and they have limited access to basic services, food, and everything. Now, let me, if you allow me, looking forward, what should we expect? First of all, we should expect chainsaw austerity economic policy, cuts in every sector, especially in pensions, public sector jobs. That's going to be even more than what we have seen in the past. Also, foreign policy shifts. That's exactly what you were talking about. Now the alignment is going to pivot from China and Russia towards the US and NATO, especially after Milei's win. So we're going to see a lot of changes on different levels. On the social level, unfortunately, things are expected to stay bad for a while economically for people, even though the poverty has decreased a little bit, but it's still very high in Argentina. And for a while, until these reforms get onto, get moving, it's expected to be bad.
And if you say chainsaw-like cuts to things like public sector, we saw a similar thing happen with DOGE at the beginning of Donald Trump's presidency, and it's making sure those get through the government and get through, you know, Milei has to still go and put those bills and reforms through, and then obviously public sector
public
jobs.
outlash. I mean, at the time of DOGE, and that's why that undermined the success of that mission or that project of DOGE. And we saw Elon Musk pulling out of it, and the rift that happened between President Trump and who used to be his biggest ally, Elon Musk. So yes.
The bromance didn't last very long.
It did not last very, but I think he's seen something very sensible here. And if he looks at South America in comparison to Europe, there is a trade partner on your door where you're already sending. The US is sending 370 billion of exports every year to Europe. That's where we're currently at. That's pre-tariffs. And then if you look at South America and the Caribbean, it's 1.7 trillion. So the figures are so wildly different. He sees a trade partner who's on his doorstep that has natural resources that he can tap into. And I think this is, again, I've thrown my weight behind it. I don't need to send in militia here. I don't need to deal with militia on the ground here. I can go into Argentina in a political sphere and maybe win it and maybe have Argentina on side. And that 40 billion could 2-3 times pay off in the next couple of months if things work out with Argentina. I think that's what he's hoping for.
And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, also follow us on X. We'll be back on Monday. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Well, we're joined now by Abdullah Kamil, who is a Palestinian politician and member of the Fatah movement. He joins us now from Ramallah. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Kamil. We were just talking before we crossed you about the latest violence in Gaza, and I just want to start by asking you, what's your understanding of what triggered this latest flare-up in violence?
Well, everybody knows that Netanyahu has been seizing any excuse so that he could take things back to square one. He has been involved in this war from day one, even just with the truce. When he accepted the truce, it was quite reluctantly with the pressure of the U.S. administration. With that said, Netanyahu realizes that the continuation of the violent cycle could contribute to his survival in power in Israel. He would love to maintain his political coalition. There are immense pressures from Smotrich, Ben Gvir, and other members in his cabinet. Let alone the fact that even Hamas, on the other hand, was not realizing, as we can tell from what has been happening in those details that has been rolled out in President Trump initiative. Hamas should have been on the same page, especially when we talk about the number of dead bodies. Since Hamas is not aware of the fact that those dead bodies are not under its control, they should have stated that fact from the outset. They should have realized that Netanyahu would be seeking any excuse, even a humble one, so that he could go back to the war.
Okay, so you seem to have criticism for both Hamas and for Israel. I've read some critical comments you've made about Hamas. We'll come to that in just a moment, but I want to ask you about what's happening in the West Bank, because it's been reported that Israeli soldiers have killed 3 Palestinians near the city of Jenin. That happened on Tuesday. What happened there?
Well, Israel has been using all the tools that it does have in the box so that it can perpetuate the state of violence against the Palestinians. It is not only about killing 3 Palestinians. There are many other Palestinians who were killed over the last 2 years. There is just an occupation for the camps and also for Jenin and Tulkarm, and in addition to Nablus and Selfit. So the occupation has been pursuing this policy using the settlers and encouraging them to expand. And we have seen what the settlers have been doing in terms of killing the Palestinian people, just setting their properties on fire, burning their farms. So all these practices by the settlements is the product of a very tight-knit plan of the Israeli government of what they call the dominance, and that has been implemented back in early 2025. Therefore, we have been hearing what the Knesset has been voting for the annexation, and apparently it doesn't take a genius to realize is that they are seeking. The Israelis are seeking genuinely just to annex the West Bank, but thanks just to the U.S. administration and the international community stance that have been opposing this move. And everything, I think, falls under this code.
Okay, and of course, President Trump has been extremely clear about the status of the West Bank, issued what you could call a warning or a threat to Israel not to even entertain this idea. Does that reassure you?
It is quite obvious that the Saudi Arabia position, along with the EU's and mainly France, vis-à-vis the two-state solutions, in addition to the meeting held by President Trump with some Islamic and Arab leaders, have an impact on President Trump's understanding of the broader picture. And that's why we started to see some kind of shift in the U.S. policy vis-à-vis the Israeli-Palestinian struggle. And it is my belief that this somehow has just led us to sigh some relief. So at least we have now a comprehensive just initiative to resolve the Palestinian-Israeli issue on the basis of the two-state solutions and the implementation of the international legitimacy resolutions. I can categorically say that President Trump is the only person who can put the pressure on Israel so that they can really just join the international community's directions following the barrage of recognitions in the Palestinian country. Everyone is calling for those two states. The only person who could curb the Israelis and just draw a line for them, making them just obeying those orders, I think it is only President Trump.
Yes, indeed. And his vice president as well, J.D. Vance, who was very clear with regards to that vote in the Knesset about the annexation of the West Bank. He called it a political stunt, a very foolish one, he said. And he said he took personal offense. We've never heard language like that from Washington with regards to Israel, have we?
Yes, I do agree. There is just a shift in the U.S. tone and rhetoric vis-à-vis Palestine. I think Netanyahu has just caused damage to the image of the United States, given his criminal position and activities are really running counter to the international norms. He has also affected the image of the U.S. In a very bad way. So that's why we believe the United States began to realize that siding by Israel, no matter what it does, could really just backfire on the U.S. and it could also tighten the noose on the United States. Even in New York, we have seen what's been going on there. Everyone has been announcing through the speeches we have heard from countries that have heavy weight. All of them have voiced their opposition to the genocide war. And on the other side, we have also the international courts, the ICC, that has issued a warrant of arrest against Netanyahu and Gallant. And we have also the International Justice Court, and where they have labeled occupation just as a heinous crime. And that's why the United States has genuinely become in troubled waters. And apparently, the United States began changing its rhetoric and tone. We have been hearing these statements from Jared Kushner or from J.D. Vance. They were quite harsh and severe against Israel to the extent that they started threatening them to stop and hold the military aid. And I think without this military assistance, Israel would become quite exposed.
Mr. Kamil, I said earlier on that you had been critical of Hamas, and you were, and I'd like to ask you more questions about that criticism, because you are quoted as saying, and please correct me if I'm misquoting you, you said that Hamas emerged from the tunnels only to crack down on their own people. And I assume you're referring to the executions of what were labeled suspected collaborators. What do you think of how Hamas has played its cards during the last 24 months?
يعني حماس بحكمها لقطاع غزة كان
Hamas rules of the Gaza Strip has been quite just illegal. It was a result of the just a coup d'etat against the Palestinian people. Hamas has so far killed more than 800 Palestinian people at that time. With that said, Hamas apparently lacked the necessary wisdom in managing the crisis with Israel. We believe that Hamas should have sought any horizon so that we could reach into a common ground and spare the Palestinian people more woes and sorrows. But sadly, what happened is quite the contrary. Now they started this war under the pretext of stopping the siege on Gaza. But today, what we can see, the results are quite clear. Nobody's talking about Al-Aqsa Mosque. Nobody's talking about the siege. No, it is just the opposite. 53% of the land is under the occupation of Israel. Hamas emerged from the tunnel, and instead of supporting the Palestinian people who have just sacrificed with more than 70,000 martyrs, they haven't done so. Even there could be some shortcomings that could be seen by some people. You can't execute them publicly, just like ISIS. This is a stark reminder of what we saw on social media and TV channels of how ISIS used just to execute some members. And this is quite disgusting, killing the children, killing the elderly people. There are many young people who have been killed by Hamas. And I'm talking about 52 people that have been killed in cold blood without any due process or even giving them their rights. At the Palestinian Authority, we know that there could be some collaborators who are being arrested, but they are subject to due process that could take just 1 year or maybe 2 years, 3 years. and then we can just hand down the verdict. We can say that whether he is guilty or he should be condemned. So it is not just possible to imagine what Hamas has been doing. Maybe some spies or collaborators could be just sent for custody behind bars for 2 or 3 years, and now Hamas is talking about the law. Look who's talking, and he said they are saying that by having this constitutional reform that have been done, the Palestinian Authority is illegal. I think Hamas is trying through those acts, and especially the public execution of people. Hamas believes that it is exercising the law, which is not right.
Right, well, that doesn't sound as though Hamas is even entertaining the idea of laying down its weapons and handing over power in Gaza, does it?
واضح تماما أن حماس حتى الآن
you are right. Hamas and so far doesn't seem to be leaning to do so. Though Hamas has agreed to the U.S. proposal and notified the Egyptians and Mr. Hussein Sheikh, the vice president, and Majid Faraj, the head of intelligence, Hamas told them that they will not disarm unless Palestine is liberated. And honestly, this could take us to another aggression. I think Hamas should have done from the early beginning that I cannot agree on this initiative better than talking about that they would agree on that initiative, and then they will commit many breaches. This is something really sad. We have been quite clear in Fatah. We have told them that they should lay down the arms to the National Palestinian Authority. And we had an agreement also between Fatah and the National Authority, along with Hamas and the Egyptians, where we could have some support committee. And this committee will be led by a minister from the Palestinian government to guarantee the geographical unity, and this would be the core of the Palestinian state that the international community has been advocating for. This recipe is the only one that could take us into a lasting peace, freedom, and independence for the Palestinian people. However, Hamas has just backed down, and that it has made for Fatah and the Egyptians, and this has been quite acknowledged by the Arab Summit that was held in Cairo, and also the Arab Islamic Summit that was held in Riyadh in last year in May, and the ministerial committee that has been set up, and therefore there was an acknowledgement to have this committee led by the National Authority. This could be the only gateway to resolve the issue of the armed surrender as Hamas promised.
Mr. Kamil, you're quoted as saying that the Palestinian cause is going through a dangerous phase. What did you mean by that?
Yes, it is just a critical stage. It is the most dangerous phase in the Palestinian cause. What we have been through following the 7th of October events in terms of having the Palestinian state has become a far-fetched objective. We have seen Israel has been demonizing so that it could be removing the Palestinian Authority, and it has rejected it just in form and in substance. And on the other hand, Hamas policies seems to be sowing the seeds of division among the Palestinian people, and this is quite serious. I think Hamas should have done differently after all this massive destruction and the number of martyrs. They should have been listening to the will of the Palestinian people and to state that the PLO is the only representative of the Palestinian people and to abide with their obligation, and also to be under the banner and the umbrella and the law of one authority, and this could take us to the political and geographical unity. Yet none of those have been materialized, and Hamas has backed down, and this would exacerbate the situation and take the Palestinian unity group as a wishful thinking, and this comes at the cost of thousands of martyrs. We are at a serious crossroad, and at the same time, the occupation that has been expanding and Judaizing Jerusalem, and the breach of all the obligations that Israel has just provided. So apparently we are really in troubled water.
But just to hold you on that, I mean, when you look at everything that's happened in the last 3 weeks since the deal was signed, and when you look at the 20-point plan, and when we talk about the difference in tone between this administration and previous administrations when it comes to calling out Israel, for example, on the issue of annexation of the West Bank, isn't a part of you just a little bit optimistic that there could be a breakthrough this time?
Yes. Apparently, we can see that the U.S. administration has started changing its policies and its tone. With that said, we haven't reached our objectives as Palestinians and also as the international community wishes to happen. More than 160 countries have recognized the state of Palestine. We need just to address the issue from its cause roots, to have a Palestinian state on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. Mr. Abu Mazen stated that we don't want the arms, we want just a demilitarized country. We would like to live like other nations, like the people in Switzerland. We don't need just the arms of Hamas or any weaponry. So there is a shift, yes, a quiet, genuine shift, but it hasn't just gone to the level where it could be addressed at a large scale to find a solution for the Palestinian cause. Those half-baked solutions will never lead us just to just an entire solution that would stop the bloodshed in Gaza. And we need also to bring an end to the crimes of the Israeli settlers in the West Bank. The West Bank has been going through a lot, and we have not witnessed that just during the entire era of the Israeli occupation. I think they are acting like terrorist organizations with the support of the Israeli government, such as that organization labeled Shabibat al-Tilal or Tadfi' al-Thaman, or paying the cost. So those are really organizations that have been established before 1948 and played a role in the displacement of the Palestinians. They have burned the family of Muhammad Abu Khdeir. They are carrying all the heinous act of burying properties and killing innocent people. Against this backdrop, we need a solution that would bring an end to all these practices by Israel.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there because we're out of time. But thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Abdullah Kamil, Palestinian politician and member of the Fatah movement. Thank you very much for your time, sir. Well, let's find out more now about what's been happening in Gaza these last few days. We can speak to Tess Ingram, who is a spokesperson for UNICEF. She joins us from Al-Mawasi in Gaza. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. We understand that more than 100 people, amongst them dozens of children, were killed in the overnight strikes. I mean, what's the latest you've heard about the scale of the damage from these latest airstrikes?
Well, as you say, the biggest cost of these airstrikes has been people's lives, more than 100 people, and we understand reportedly more than 40 children killed in the last 24 hours. Here on the ground, the strikes began yesterday evening and continued throughout the night from the south to the north of the Gaza Strip. I was in Nasser Hospital today in the middle area where I spoke to doctors who had said they had numerous children come in with injuries from last night's strikes. I met one of them, an 11-year-old girl called Toka, who had really bad shrapnel injuries to her leg, her arm, and her brain from a strike on a tent in Khan Yunis last night while she was sleeping. The strike also injured her two brothers, and she's just one of many children across the Gaza Strip who have borne the cost of those strikes last night, Tom.
I mean, Tess, they said that for many years it's been said that Gaza is perhaps the most dangerous place in the world to be a child, and here we are with a ceasefire deal in place, and it sounds like it's still the case.
We've consistently said that Gaza is the most dangerous place in the world to be a child. There were a classroom of children killed every day in Gaza for the past 2 years. Now, this ceasefire has meant some respite from that, but children continue to be killed and injured here in the Gaza Strip. Today, I met a little 5-year-old girl, Tala, who a week ago during this ceasefire was buried underneath rubble from an airstrike that killed both of her grandparents and her uncle. And I met children in hospital today injured in the last 24 hours. So the cost of this, these continuing conflict is weighing heavy on children, as well as the humanitarian crisis, the malnutrition and the deprivation that continues on the ground.
I mean, so many homes have been destroyed in Gaza. I mean, the majority of buildings have been destroyed in the last 2 years. I'm assuming the majority of people, therefore, are still living in tents and will continue to do so for quite some time to come. But have things improved at all since the ceasefire deal came into effect on the 10th of October, Tess?
The situation on the ground is still really difficult for families. They struggle to get the basics that they need to survive. I've spoken to families who walk hours to try and find water, who are still sleeping without shelter, exposed to the increasingly cold and conditions here in the Gaza Strip. And food remains something that families are still struggling to access. We have seen improved quantities of food come into the Gaza Strip, but much of it is available in commercial markets at high prices that many families are still struggling to afford. So we need to see more aid come into the Gaza Strip from all of the available crossings to help alleviate the suffering on the ground.
What items are still in short supply in particular, Tess?
As UNICEF, we've been really focusing on trying to meet children's life-saving needs. We want to get nutrition supplies in to fight the famine. We want to make sure that we can truck safe drinking water to people wherever they are. And we're desperately trying to bring in supplies for the winter: blankets, mattresses, winter clothes for children, tents and tarpaulins. We are getting some of these materials in, but we need to get far more in because the scale of the needs is immense. And there are supplies that are continued to be blocked. For example, our education kits and recreational kits that we want to bring in to help resume schooling and run mental health and psychosocial support sessions for kids, they are continuing to be denied entry by the Israeli authorities.
There are 650,000 school-age children in Gaza. I'm just wondering to what extent some sort of educational sort of normalcy has returned to their lives.
As UNICEF, we have been able to reach about 100,000 children with learning throughout the course of the conflict, and that's really good news. But of course, as you say, there are 650,000 school-aged children. So our aim with education partners here in Gaza is to try and get all of them back into learning. But that's a really big challenge given the scale of the destruction that we have discussed. We need to find clear space to put up temporary learning centres or semi-permanent schools so that children can return to the classroom with their teachers. And like I said, we need to get these educational materials in with urgency. So teachers have done a fantastic job of improvising as best they can, but we need education materials to come into the Gaza Strip now so that we can scale up schooling for children.
Sure, and you mentioned the mental health of many of these children, and it's impossible to imagine what they've been through these last 24 months. I'm just wondering what sorts of things are being done and what are the needs when it comes to these children's mental health.
I've met so many children here in Gaza who have been through horrors that we can't even begin to imagine, like that little girl I just spoke about who was buried underneath the rubble, other children who have life-changing injuries, children who've lost family members, their parents, their whole communities. It's an enormous job to begin to try and help children process that trauma, and in many cases, compound trauma of these horrors stacking upon one another. We are running mental health sessions, counselling for children and for their caregivers here in Gaza. But we really need this piece to hold, because for children to begin to process what they've been through, they need the space, the peace, in order to be able to do that. And that's one of the reasons why this ceasefire is so important.
I mean, the scale of the impact of this war on children, it's going to last generations, isn't it?
There will be a lasting impact. There'll be the scars of this for years to come, both the physical scars, like I said, life-changing injuries, but also this trauma that will, in many cases, stay with children. And malnutrition can also have lasting impacts on a child's body, their growth and development that can affect their learning and their futures.
And of course, we've just seen what's been described as the most serious violence in Gaza since the peace deal took effect earlier on this month. I mean, how fragile is the peace deal looking to you?
This is, I think, a really critical moment. And talking to people on the ground today, the message is clear and it's unanimous. Everybody today said to me, this ceasefire must hold. People here have begun to take steps towards rebuilding, repairing their lives, whether that's going back to their neighbourhood and trying to find some sense of home beneath the rubble, or trying to get their child back into some level of learning. Work is happening, and hope remains that that work can continue for the weeks, months and years to come. And I think if this ceasefire were to collapse now, that would be beyond devastating for everybody here in Gaza. And I cannot imagine the impact that it will have, obviously on people's lives, but also on their mental health.
And clearly for you and your colleagues at UNICEF, with airstrikes going on, albeit on a less frequent basis than before the ceasefire deal took effect. I mean, clearly a very dangerous environment for you and your colleagues to be working in, Tess.
This has been one of the most difficult and dangerous places to be a humanitarian. Hundreds of my colleagues here in Gaza have been killed over the last 24 months. We persist. And we really do hope that this ceasefire is seized as an opportunity to allow aid to flow at scale and to allow the UN and our partners to be able to respond to the damage that has been done during this conflict. It's immense, and we have a really big job before us, but we're prepared. We have the team on the ground, we have the trucks pre-positioned outside, and the support of the international community. So this is our moment, after failing Gaza's children for 2 years, to really step up and help families recover.
OK, and just lastly, in a couple of words, if you don't mind, I mean, how would you describe the humanitarian situation in Gaza right now?
It remains catastrophic. It is not over, is what I would say. For people, the ceasefire has meant that the bombs are not falling, killing their families, leaving them in fear as they put their children to bed at night. But what the ceasefire in and of itself has not done is it has not ended the famine. It has not made the trauma disappear overnight.
Yeah, indeed. And as you said at the beginning, 46 children killed in these latest airstrikes, just really illustrating the degree to which children have been innocent victims, and in such large numbers in this conflict. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us. Tess Ingram, spokesperson for UNICEF. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Well, let's discuss this a little bit more now, and we can speak to Sir Gerald Howarth, who is a former UK Defence Minister. He joins us from Suffolk in the United Kingdom. We're also joined by Andriy Antikov, who is a political analyst based in Moscow. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Andrew, let me start with you. I'd like both of you to set out your positions, but tell us, Andriy, 2,000 Ukrainian civilians have been reported killed this year. More than 14,000 have been killed since the start of the war nearly 4 years ago. What is Russia's justification? What's Russia trying to achieve here?
Well, of course, Russia does not target civilians in Ukraine. What we need is to find a solution, a peaceful solution. Unfortunately, what we see is that there is an escalation from European countries, from the United States. Instead of discussing the real solution, peaceful solution, the ways to achieve this solution, we see that Ukraine is still receiving lots of weapons from Western countries, and so on and so on. This is the real problem. I think the problem is that we see that the Western countries found some committees. They discuss the ways to deploy their soldiers in Ukraine after the ceasefire. They discuss how to exploit Russian assets, and so on and so on. But they discuss it. They ignore Russian position. This is the real problem. They behave as there is no Russia on the world map.
Okay, so it sounds like you're saying this is all the fault of interests. This is all the fault of the Europeans, you're saying, and that they need to. They're responsible for prolonging the war. So, Gerald, let me ask you to respond to some of those comments that Andrew just made.
Well, of course, it's crystal clear to the entire world that it was Russia which launched an unprovoked, brutal aggression against a sovereign state, Ukraine. There was absolutely no justification for it. Indeed, Russia had already annexed Crimea in 2014. They have been undertaking military activity in the Donbass eastern region of Ukraine since 2014. And this is the most disgusting modern assault upon a sovereign state, and in complete breach of an agreement which Andrei's former president of Russia had signed. Boris Yeltsin had signed an agreement with Ukraine, the United Kingdom, and the United States, under which the parties agreed to respect the sovereignty, independence, and existing borders of Ukraine. This is the most brutal and violent aggression against another country, and all that we are doing is to help Ukraine to fulfill that duty which Russia has reneged upon, namely to ensure that the existing borders of Ukraine should be respected. The idea that Andrew says that Russia is not targeting civilians, we see on our television screens every night, we see civilian blocks of flats that have been targeted by Russia. Andrew needs to understand that it is his president who has been charged with war crimes at the International Criminal Court. And he needs to understand that the entire respected international community finds this an absolute, utter, contemptible disgrace.
Okay, Andrew, some strong words there from Sir Gerald. Feel free to respond to any of that. And let me also ask you, what is Russia achieving on the battlefield? Have there been any strategic breakthroughs?
Well, we see that Russia has freed lots of territories in the former Ukraine, so to say, former Ukraine. I talk here about Donbass, some other territories. And so there is a straight way, ground way from the Russian territories to Crimea. This is very important for us because before this operation, there was only a bridge that connected the Crimea with the other Russian territories. So the achievement is clear for everybody, but we insist on the withdrawal of Ukrainian forces from Donbass, from Donetsk, Lugansk, Kherson, and Zaporozhye. So this is the main Russian condition. And also we need to discuss the future of Ukraine. I mean here that I mentioned previously that the European countries discussed the deployment of Western soldiers soldiers from Western countries in Ukraine, but this is absolutely unacceptable for Russia. Well, there is lots of talks about ceasefire in Ukraine. This is also unacceptable for Russia. Let's imagine that Russia agrees with ceasefire. I'll tell you what's going to happen next. During a couple of months, this ceasefire will be stable, but during this time, Ukraine will get some reinforcements. Ukraine will get more weapons from Western countries, and after that, Russia will be accused of something, and the combat will start.
But
will start.
Andre,
this is a problem. That's why we don't need.
Okay. Okay, Andre, let's Gerald respond to that.
Andre, forgive me. It's not your country. You said that you need to hold the Donbass in order to get access to overland to Crimea. Crimea does not belong to you. Crimea belongs to Ukraine. And you have seized Crimea by military force. And now you justify taking the Donbass in order to give you somebody else's country so that you can access another part of that person's country. This is absolutely disgusting. And the idea that the Europeans are somehow ramping up, escalating, no, we are not. We are helping Ukraine to fight off an evil and brutal aggressor in the form of you and your people. And it's, I don't know if you've been watching, but there are people in St. Petersburg who are beginning to complain about the way that President Putin is conducting this brutal aggression against another country. There are Russians who are speaking up. And of course, in Russia, it's pretty well a crime to speak up. And so you need to understand, we are going to stand firm behind Ukraine. We are going to support them because your brutal aggression, your seizing of Ukrainian children and taking them to indoctrinate them in Russia in the 21st century, this is absolutely and utterly despicable, Andre.
Andre?
Well, let's talk about Iraq then, or maybe Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavia. But I want to respond that we talk about, as you say, Russian aggression as if Russia has decided to make this step, just as if there was nothing before that. But I would like to remind you that before what happened in the year 2014, there was a coup in Ukraine, a military coup. And after this coup, the people were killed by new Ukrainian Nazi government in Ukraine, in Donbass. This is the real problem. That's why Russia has ended this case. And well, there was a referendum in Crimea, after that in Donbass, and anybody can go to Crimea now and ask people if they are happy with that decision from the year 2014. And I'm sure that most of them will be happy with that. They will say that they are Russian people. They're happy to be with Russia, inside Russia. This is the thing that the Western countries do not want to understand.
Has no idea.
So, Gerald?
Russia has no idea how to hold free elections. The referendum in the Donbass was rigged, as elections in Russia are rigged. And when you say there was a coup in 2014, do not, because you have no idea of democracy in Russia. You eliminate people who stand up against the Kremlin. There was no coup in 2014. The Ukrainian people voted for a different leadership. And the Ukrainian people would like to join the European Union. I personally wanted Britain to leave the European Union, and we have. And we had a free vote in this country. But in Ukraine, they would like to join the European Union. That must be a decision for them. It's not a decision for you. What arrogance you are trying to assert over the Ukrainian people. It's not for you. It's not for the Kremlin to decide who represents the people of Ukraine. It's for the Ukrainian people. But as you have such little understanding of democracy in Russia, I quite understand why you do not accept the position in Ukraine. And don't call them Nazis. That is really quite revolting. The Nazis murdered 6 million Jews. They are not murdering civilians in Ukraine. The people who are doing that sort of activity are your people. Because don't forget, you poisoned a couple here in the United Kingdom. You sent agents here and you poisoned them in Salisbury, in our country.
Okay, Andrew, I'll let you respond to that and we'll move on to my next question after that.
I'd like to remind everybody that what happened in the year 2014, there was an agreement reached by President Viktor Yanukovych and the opposition leaders. The agreement that established a transitional period, and after that the presidential elections must be held. This agreement was also signed by some European countries. Instead of that, the day after that, after signing of this agreement, there was a coup in Ukraine. This is the problem. President Yanukovych had to flee. This is not a democracy. It's a military coup. And after that, we saw people burned alive in Odessa, in the city of Odessa, by Nazi forces, Ukrainian Nazi forces. We saw the people in Crimea. They were heavily stressed by what happened in Ukraine. So once again, there are lots of media in the United States, in the United Kingdom, in European countries, in the Arab world. Any journalist can go to the Crimea and ask people, freely ask people, what do they think about current events and what happened in the year 2014. Everybody is happy. Why? Why? Because Russia started to invest many money in the Crimea. They started to build infrastructure. Crimea, during those years before 2014, was actually left by the Ukrainian government. Corruption, no investments, nothing. Yeah, Soviet buildings, and this is what was in Crimea during all those years. After the year 2014, new airports were built, new roads were built, new hospitals were built there. This is the thing what Russia did. Are people happy with that? For sure, they are. But this, again, this is the thing that the European countries, the United States, do not want to recognize. They don't see what people really think, people in the streets.
So you're saying that the Russian forces liberated Crimea. Is that what you're basically saying? And that it's a much happier place than it used to be? Is that your argument?
I want to say that the Russian forces did not liberate Crimea, but they have made the conditions for people to make their choices, and this choice has been made. And I think nobody in Crimea rejects that choice made in the year 2014. Okay. This is the main thing, because
Let's Gerald respond to that.
They're not in a position to object. The fact is that you overran Crimea. Russia annexed Crimea to turn it into part of Russia. And as you have just admitted, and I hope people are watching this Al Arabiya interview in the Gulf states, heard it loud and clear from the man from Moscow who said that the reason why Russia insists on keeping the land that they have illegally seized, that is in eastern Ukraine, the so-called Donbass region of Ukraine, the reason they have seized it is to give them land access to the land they have already seized in Crimea, contrary to an agreement signed by their own president in 1995. It is just an absolute and utter disgrace and a complete affront to the world order. But then Russia has become a pariah. And if the people in Crimea have benefited from hospitals, well, I suspect there are people in other parts of Russia which are not benefiting from anything at the moment, because all the money that Russia has got is being spent on armaments to reinforce a military operation which was only supposed to last 3 days. But they didn't reckon with the patriotism and determination of the people of Ukraine to resist this aggression.
Okay, Andrew, let me turn back to you, because one of the things that the Kremlin's been saying today is that intelligence sources have been intercepting voices, foreign voices on the front line, implying that there's foreign involvement supporting Ukraine. I want to ask you why this is significant in your opinion.
We see that this position is obvious for us. I mentioned previously that they claim to start a ceasefire this is not acceptable for Russia. I told previously that if Russia agrees with that, then it doesn't mean that Ukraine will stop receiving reinforcements, that Ukraine will stop receiving weapons from different countries. Well, Russia says maybe we could agree with a ceasefire, but on condition that all the military activities must be stopped. Of course, Ukraine does not agree, the European countries do not agree. So when we talk about a ceasefire, we absolutely understand that that the European countries, the United States, Ukraine itself, want to use this chance to get stronger, to restart the fighting in the future. Maybe after a month or 2 months, but it's obvious for everybody that that's only a little break. This ceasefire will not lead to a peace solution for Ukrainian crisis. Instead of that, we need to sit down, we need to join the negotiations, and we need to respect mutual positions. This is what Russia insists on. The problem is that everybody discusses the guarantees for Ukraine. Gerald?
There is not a mutual position here. There is not a mutual position here. Discuss our mutual positions. Discussing the current combat line, where Russia occupies somebody else's country, and that country is fighting to stop your country taking even more of their land. That is not acceptable. And when you talk about foreign involvement, Tom, let's not forget that Russia imported something like 10,000 North Koreans to come and fight in their support in eastern Ukraine. There is, as far as I'm aware, there are no NATO troops in Ukraine supporting Ukraine. Yes, we are supporting Ukraine in many other ways. We are supporting them in the development of their drone industry, which is I have seen at first hand in Lviv when I was there earlier this year. We are doing everything we can. My son-in-law is Shadow Secretary of State for Defense. When he was Minister for Defense Procurement, he was helping to ensure Ukraine was armed with drones as well. We are going to do everything, Andrei, to prevent this brutal regime of yours from seizing another country in complete violation of an agreement which your president signed. So be under no illusions. And this soft speak about a ceasefire that we would reinforce. Sure, we are going to reinforce Ukraine every bit we possibly can, because, Andrei, if we do not succeed in driving out your forces from the land that they have seized in Ukraine, your president will turn to other countries and seek to impose the same brutal aggression on them as he has imposed upon Ukraine. He is intent upon rebuilding the Soviet Union, and I heard you use the word Soviet earlier because you're obviously part of that old regime. It's yesterday's history, but it's what President Putin wishes to rebuild, and it was a threat to the world, and it was only thanks to Mikhail Gorbachev that peace came to Europe.
Okay, Andrei, lots for you to reply to there. And notably, I saw you shaking your head when Sir Gerald mentioned there are 10,000 North Koreans or thereabouts helping Russia on the front line. How do you respond to that? And how do you respond to the notion that President Putin is simply trying to reconstruct the Soviet Union here?
Just give me a second. This is what I'm talking about. Well, the European countries, what I heard from a guest, the European countries want to defeat Russia. This is the thing. They want to defeat Russia instead of discussing the future of Europe.
No, we want to drive them out of Ukraine. We're not seeking to defeat Russia. We're seeking to we're seeking to help Ukraine drive your people out of a country you do not own. That is what we are seeking to do.
When you destroyed Yugoslavia, you didn't mind the Russian opinion. When you destroyed Yugoslavia, you didn't mind the Russian opinion. You destroyed a whole country, a big country. You crushed it in the lots of countries. This is
let's
the problem.
Let's stick with the present day. Let's stick to Ukraine.
Aggression against Ukraine. So let's get back to Ukraine. That's what I mean. The European countries talk about defeating Russia. it's not acceptable.
We don't talk about defeating Russia.
Behave so,
So Gerald says that they're not talking about defeating. They're not defeating. They're not trying to defeat Russia. They're trying to help Ukraine to defend its sovereign borders. That's what Sir Gerald is saying, I think.
What's the difference? What's the difference between the two
difference is
issues?
we are not seeking to
helping Ukraine means defeating Russia.
We're not seeking to destroy Moscow. You are seeking to destroy Kyiv, and we are trying to protect Kyiv. That is the fundamental difference. And if you do not understand that, either you are not very intelligent, and I suspect you are quite intelligent, or else you're just a spokesman for a most corrupt regime operating the Kremlin, which I think is behind you.
Okay, let's let Andrei respond to this.
Well, I can assure you, if Russia really wanted to destroy Kyiv, it would really did it. As the NATO forces destroyed lots of parts of Belgrade previously in Yugoslavia, but we see that the center of Kyiv is not destroyed. President Zelensky is there. Lots of leaders arrive in Kyiv, and they hold negotiations with the Ukrainian government. Russia does not want to destroy Kyiv or any other.
People aren't going to Kyiv thanks to the goodwill of the Russian people or the president of Russia. They're able to go to Kyiv because, notwithstanding the astonishing bombardment that you are unleashing on the capital of Ukraine and upon their other cities, notwithstanding that, the Ukrainians have been able to shoot down so many of the drones that you are directing to them. Not all of them, of course, have successfully been successfully shot down, but they have shot down a lot. You are basically not winning. It is a stalemate at the moment, and you are just expending your young men, using them as cannon fodder, which again I just think is a complete and utter contempt.
Okay, Andrei, let me turn back to you. I'd like to ask you, as we sort of bring this discussion to a conclusion, how do you see this war in Ukraine ending, and when?
When, it's a good question. We don't know, because we see different positions. As I mentioned previously, the European countries insist on defeating Russia. Russia says, well, it makes Russia to fight more. This is the problem. How? That's a better question, because I think that what Russia sees is that Ukrainian territory must be a territory that, so to say, divides Russia and European countries. It means that no to European military presence in Ukraine, no to Ukraine in NATO, and so on and so on. So Ukraine must be a neutral country. Ukraine must be without any forces from the United States, European countries, or any other countries that supplied Ukraine with military weapons or any other military assistance. This is the real way to find a solution. But in common, I can say that the way to find this solution, I think, is that the other countries should respect or at least hear the Russian position.
Andrei,
at the moment, they ignore it absolutely. As I mentioned, as if there is no Russia on the world map. This is not the way to find a solution for this crisis.
Okay, so Andrei, you think that President Putin really is serious about wanting peace?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so Gerald, how do you respond?
Putin has done absolutely nothing to bring about peace. He has got the President of the United States around his little finger. He has dragged out the negotiations because he is trying to win a military battle in another country by seizing all the territory that he's not yet seized. And if he can't seize it all, by insisting that the whole of the Donbass, including that which Russian forces have so far failed to secure, that is given over to Russia. It is just simply unacceptable. And the idea that the Ukraine, it's a sovereign country, Andrei. It's just the same as, well, it's not, of course, the same as Russia, but it enjoys the same status as Russia. It is a free country. The idea that it has got to be neutral, that it cannot sign alliances it wishes to sign, that nobody should be allowed to occupy or to take part in peace support operations to prevent your country doing again what it has done twice in Ukraine. I mean, this is absurd. You cannot tell another country that is what they've got to do. If they want to join NATO, in my view, they should be allowed to join NATO. And Andre, you should understand, Sweden and Finland have been neutral since the end of the Second World War. And because of your president's action, because of Russia's belligerence, those two countries asked, in the aftermath of the attack on Ukraine, they asked to join NATO, ceasing to be neutral, but joining NATO. Why? Because they fear for you. Poland fears for you. Not one of those countries, which used to be part of the Soviet Union, wants to be involved with you again. That should say something about you. And that is why I'm afraid Russia does not occupy the status on the world stage that it used to. It is not because it is something like the 20th, 21st economy in the world. It is not that there are only products here in the United Kingdom that I want to go into the shops to buy from Russia. You don't produce anything I want to buy. All you have is oil and natural resources. Russia has brought about its own reduced state in the world. And by seeking to attack and annex the whole of another country where they're treaty bound to respect that country's borders, I mean, it's a lost cause, I'm afraid. You're just losing support, except amongst dictators around the world, but you're losing support from civilized countries.
All right, Sir Gerald, I'm going to give you the last word in just a moment because Andre had the first word. But Andre, let me just ask you to respond to some of the comments that have been made there by Sir Gerald.
Oh, well, I think, as I mentioned previously, we only need to find a solution for this crisis. And when we hear the talks that Russia has made an aggression against Ukraine, that Russia breaks any rules, that's not the way to find solution for Ukrainian crisis. I hear, as you talk with me, as I think, so to say, a citizen of some kind of barbarian country. That's not the thing. You can't behave with Russia in the way like that. So if we want a solution for this crisis, we need to sit down, we need to discuss the ways we need to discuss not only Ukraine, but also the security issues in the whole Europe. I mentioned previously that there was the spread of NATO. NATO became very close to Russian borders, and it all threatens Russia. Of course, Russia starts to move. And let's get back to the Ukrainian crisis. What happened in the year 2014 is that the Ukrainian forces started to bombard the people in Donbass. That Donbass that was previously in Ukraine, but now it is the Russian territory. I mean that Russia insisted on that the Minsk agreements should take place, that they must be made signed by President Poroshenko. By the way, President Poroshenko, the former Ukrainian leader, said that when he signed those agreements, he didn't intend to make them, to get them, to make them. This is the problem, and we see this behavior, and this is what made Russia to start its military operation. Now the people in Donbass are freed. Now the people in Crimea are freed. Now there is a new reality on the ground. If the European countries or the United States are not happy with this reality on the ground, then a new reality on the ground will be formed until the Russian conditions will be accepted.
Okay, so Gerald, I'd like you to respond to that, and I want to ask you this final question as well, since you didn't have the opening words in this discussion. Should Ukraine give up any of its territory in the interests of peace, and do you think it will?
It is not a matter for me to tell the Ukrainian people.
That's for Sir Gerald. That's for Sir Gerald. This is the last.
It's not for me to tell the Ukrainian people whether they should give up land or not. That is for the Ukrainian people to decide what sort of outcome they are prepared to accept from any peace talks which eventually take place. But talking to Ukrainians when I was in Lviv earlier this year, they do not want to give up a single square inch of the land that is theirs and does not belong to Russia. And you've just heard all of those watching this in the Gulf. I mean, you've heard it in words of one syllable. Russia, in the form of its new incarnation as the old Soviet Union, believes that the parts of Ukraine which it has taken by force belong to it. And I think it's very sad. Russia is diminished in the world. That is undoubtedly true. The Donbass is not part of Russia. Indeed, the Donbass is not wholly under the control of Russia. But I say this in a spirit of resignation that I think this is all extremely sad. I worked for the Sukhoi Design Bureau. You may have heard of them. They're the company who designed the Su-27 flanker aircraft. And I spent a year working with them to see if we could work together to produce a combat aircraft between the United Kingdom and the new Russia. And so I developed friendships in Russia, and I think this is extremely sad. And it is all down to a president who's absolutely determined to rebuild the Soviet Union and does not care one jot about his own people. His country is falling behind in the world. There's nothing we want to buy from Russia that's made in Russia. We don't want to buy your cars, don't want to buy your airplanes. So, it is very sad indeed, Andre, but there is only one outcome to this that is acceptable. That is, you withdraw every single one of the soldiers, the conscripts that you have put into eastern Ukraine, and you accept the borders as they were accepted in 1995 by President Boris Yeltsin, and you declare solemnly before God that you will not reinvade Ukraine ever again. That is the only way there can be an outcome. And if you do that, we might be able to talk in a civilized fashion.
OK, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Sir Gerald, you had the last word. Sir Gerald Howarth, former UK Defence Minister, thank you for your time. Andrew Antikov, you had the first word. Thank you very much for joining us. Andrew Antikov is a political analyst based in Moscow. Thank you very much indeed to you both, gentlemen. Well, we can speak now to Kurt Volker, who is President Trump's former special envoy for Ukraine negotiations, also former US ambassador to NATO. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, sir. We are now day 1,343 of the war in Ukraine. I'd just like to start by asking you, I know you were there quite recently, what have been the most significant developments in the war in the last couple of months, would you say?
Well, I think Ukraine developing its own long-range strike capabilities to hit infrastructure inside Russia. We're talking about military facilities, military bases, oil refineries that produce refined fuel for aircraft. They've been able to hit quite a bit inside Russia. That's one big development. The other is the petering out of Russia's ground offensives. They've tried 3 separate offensives this year, in the spring, summer, and now in the autumn, and they have not really been able to take much territory. So we're seeing that Russia is really not capable of advancing, and Ukraine is inflicting more and more damage on Russia. So this has been a bit of a turn of the tide, if you will.
OK, so I mean, with winter approaching and, what's tended to happen in previous years during the winter is that the lines of the battle are more or less frozen. I mean, are we looking at a pretty unchanged stalemate, would you say, on the battlefield during the next 4 or 5 months?
Yeah. The fact that the lines don't change doesn't prevent people from fighting and many, many people dying. The Russians continue to throw wave after wave of soldiers at the front line who are just killed. And I think that will continue, but I don't expect the front line to change very much. In addition to that, what winter means is the Russians in particular go after the civilian energy infrastructure of Ukraine. They're trying to make people freeze and to put the lights out. And Ukraine has become very resilient, very capable of keeping the lights on, keeping the heat on. But Russia is sending more and more drones and more missiles at civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. So it's going to be a very difficult winter there.
OK, and in terms of what President Trump is doing on the diplomatic front, he said he will not be meeting with President Putin until he thinks there will be a peace deal. And notably, he has called off the idea of these talks in Budapest. So does that mean he thinks peace talks, at least constructive peace talks, are still a very long way off?
Yes, if you listen to what the Russians are saying, and last week we had that phone call between Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, and Foreign Minister of Russia, Sergei Lavrov. Lavrov was articulating the most outrageous absolutist demands before there could be any idea of peace. He was saying that any territory in Ukraine that Russia doesn't control is by definition controlled by Nazis. He's saying they have to get all of the territory. He's saying that Ukraine has to be fully neutral, demilitarized, and subordinate to Russia. This is just an outrageous and maximalist set of demands that neither Ukraine nor Europe could ever agree to. So because of that, President Trump said there's no point in meeting with Vladimir Putin now. My own judgment is that there will never be a peace agreement per se. Putin is never going to recognize the legitimacy of a sovereign Ukraine. He's never going to recognize the legitimacy of Volodymyr Zelensky as the leader of Ukraine. And so there won't be such a peace deal. The best we can hope for is that enough pressure is put on Putin that he is forced to agree to a ceasefire.
Right, so that pressure is coming from multiple directions, isn't it? There's the sanctions on the oil company. The Russian economy looks like it's buckling, at least according to some metrics. There's the diplomatic pressure, the pressure on the battlefield. I mean, is that the only way to go, is to force President Putin to come to the negotiating table?
It is, because we know from Putin's own words and those of other Kremlin spokespeople that they are not in any reasonable position at all. They feel that they have a right to commit aggression against their neighbor, a right to control that territory. So the only thing that will bring about a ceasefire is that kind of full court press on Russia to get them to actually stop the fighting. And as you said, there's a lot of pieces in motion right now, more so than there had been at any point. The oil company sanctions, possible secondary sanctions on those doing the trading with Russia, seizing the frozen assets that Russia has in Europe and making them available to Ukraine as a reparations loan, the sanctions on gas as well, the military pressure, Ukraine's increasing ability to reach deep inside Russia with its own capabilities, its own drone capabilities. These are, and as you mentioned, the Russian economy, inflation has got to be around 20%. They don't publish reliable statistics, but that's a reasonable guess. And there's a labor shortage as well, negative economic growth, and a huge portion of Russia's state budget is now going to the military, more than is really sustainable for any long period of time.
I mean, the Americans and Ukraine's allies must be hoping this is the case, but I want to ask you, is there any sort of clear indication that this war in Ukraine is starting to really backfire on President Putin? And is he at risk, would you say, in a way that he perhaps wasn't when the war began, domestically speaking? What would you say to that?
Yeah. We're beginning to see a couple of things. We're seeing gasoline shortages inside Russia, which the public notices quite a bit. And that's putting a little bit of domestic pressure on. The fact that he called President Trump before Trump's meeting with Zelensky about 2 weeks ago, that I thought was significant as well. He was clearly concerned about the possibility of Tomahawk missiles going to Ukraine and that this would increase the pressure further on Russia. And then the nuclear saber rattling that he did just the other day, he does that when he thinks that cards are being played against him, the pressure is mounting on him, and he's looking for a way to relieve that pressure.
I mean, to be fair, President Trump's position on Ukraine has, let's say, evolved during the course of the last few months since he returned to office 9 months ago. I mean, there have been highs and lows. There have been moments when he sounded very supportive, other moments when he sounded not in the least sympathetic. At least that's how he's sounded. I haven't said that's what he was. Yeah. But where would you say that sort of sentiment is right now in the mind of the president? How do you think he feels at this particular moment about Ukraine?
Well, of course, only President Trump can say how he's thinking about this himself. No one really knows for sure. But the way it seems to me, he has really all along, from the beginning of his term here, has wanted a negotiated deal. And he thought it would be easy because he can push Ukraine a little bit and get them to accept a ceasefire in place, which he has done. He's maneuvered to get Ukraine and the United States in line economically. So we're no longer spending taxpayer money to prop up Ukraine. People are buying weapons. We have a minerals and natural resources deal where we can put money into an investment fund in Ukraine. So he's made this much more of a commercially viable proposition. And he thought that offering a good deal to Vladimir Putin is something Putin would take up and it would end the war. And I think what he has now realized is that Putin is never going to accept a deal. He's never going to end the war. And so we do have to turn up the pressure the way we've just been discussing. So I think that change in Trump's attitude has really been since that failed summit in Alaska in middle of August.
Right. So President Trump feels like he's done everything he could reasonably be expected to do. Concessions have been made on Ukraine's behalf by President Trump. And you're quoted as saying that, in fact, President Putin's real goal here is simply to absorb Ukrainian territory into Russian territory. Do correct me if I'm misquoting you. But would you say it's fair to say that the Trump administration is just entirely fed up with the stalemate and the sort of going around in circles here?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, going around in circles, I think that is actually a quote from President Trump, or being led around in circles, I believe is what he said. He has tried, as you said, everything. He's met with Putin. He's called Putin. He's offered things to Putin. He's offered lifting of sanctions. He's offered restoring the G8. He has invited Putin to meet with him in Alaska. And every step of the way, Putin has rejected any reasonable offers and insisted on continuing the war. And continuing the war really in some of the most atrocious ways, bombing kindergartens, bombing hospitals, taking out civilian infrastructure, hitting apartment buildings. This is a brutal attack by Russia on Ukraine. And as you say, I think President Trump, having tried everything, is now very, very frustrated and has said many times now that he has nice conversations with Putin, but then they don't amount to anything.
One thing he hasn't tried, though, is, really dialing up the temperature here and providing Ukraine with significantly more material support to, try and win this battle and repel the invading forces. Do you think that's something that he might entertain as an idea?
Yeah, he certainly has not taken that off the table. He was musing publicly about 2 weeks ago about sending Tomahawk cruise missiles to Ukraine, which would be a significant step if he did. He didn't do it when Zelensky visited. He thought that Putin was making one more effort to negotiate. That evaporated, and Trump has not taken the idea of Tomahawk missiles or other military support off the table. It's still out there. I think he wants to avoid that. He doesn't want to be in a direct confrontation with Russia, but he is capable and prepared if necessary.
So were you to advise President Trump, which road would you suggest he went down? Would it be the road of concessions, negotiations, appeasement, or brute force, or perhaps a combination of all of them?
Well, I think he has tried all of the appeasement side of that you just described, and it hasn't worked. So he has to try the other. And the other is going to be not only the sanctions on the oil companies that we just did, but secondary sanctions on anyone who is doing business with those oil companies. So it would have to be hitting vessels, ports, refineries, banks, insurance companies in China, in India, anyone who's doing that kind of trade with Russia, which is what's funneling the money to the Kremlin to continue the war. And I would provide much more military equipment, particularly the long-range Tomahawk missiles, to Ukraine. But I would tell the Ukrainians, don't use them right now. And if we get a ceasefire, keep them, and that'll be your deterrent. But if Putin continues to refuse a ceasefire, then we're not going to have a choice but tell the Ukrainians, okay, then go ahead, hit longer range, take out those things in Russia, the drone factories, the missile factories that are being used to hit you.
And just lastly, would you say the Americans and the Europeans have now come rather closer together, let's say, than they were back in January, February, on the issue of how to end this conflict?
Definitely. One of the things that President Trump did, we talked about getting the U.S. and Ukraine aligned politically, about ending the war, and aligned economically. Another thing President Trump did was to rebalance the U.S.-European military relationship. He has always felt, and every president has felt, the U.S. was doing too much and Europe too little. Europe is now committed to spend 5% of their GDP on defense. They are buying weapons in order to provide them to Ukraine. They are talking about a coalition of the willing to be present on the ground in Ukraine to deter future Russian attacks. So Europe has stepped up quite a bit now, and we are much better aligned between the U.S. and Europe than we were at the beginning of this administration.
Okay, well, on that note, we're going to have to wrap up. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Kurt Volker, President Trump's former special envoy for Ukraine negotiations. Thank you, sir.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today. I'm Michal Prendergast. Tonight, a deeply difficult conversation. Former world chess champion Vladimir Kramnik, he joins us to speak about the fallout and fury surrounding the tragic death of American Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, a story that's dominated headlines and shaken the chess world to its core. Thanks so much for your time, Mr. Kramnik. I'd like to start off with FIDE. They referred your statements about GM Daniel Naroditsky to its Ethics Commission. How do you respond?
I've published already my statement also about it, and I just would like to tell that I always was ready to provide all documentation concerning my suspicions, which I was from time to time raising on fair play of certain players, including this particular case, and I actually send the request to chess.com because the events are happening on chess.com to examine my documentation, which is huge. I mean, I have a lot of video materials and a lot of other documents, but I didn't get any response. Same happened with FIDE, because I also asked before the 1 year ago on the Olympiad, which was happening in Budapest 2024, I asked in my letter to the president of FIDE that I can present to the delegates certain documentations, also the method which me and my team is developing, the new generation method of anti-cheating, but also I didn't get any response. So I can only state that I'm very glad. I'm absolutely not against this examination, this test, and I'm ready to provide all documentation. I just hope that it will be unbiased, and definitely it should have been done earlier, and I tried, but there was no interest from those two sides.
FIDE have said that the debate, it moved beyond acceptable limits, harming people. How do you respond to being named by FIDE?
Well, to start with, it happened very long time ago already, and we know the very famous case with Hans Niemann, but also there were a lot of cases, specifically talking with Hikaru Nakamura, even with Daniel Naroditsky. Not too many people know that Daniel, he had published in 2021, I believe, a long text, which you can find on internet, actually complaining, complaining about the behavior towards him of, let's say, Hikaru Nakamura, which was, well, according to this text, which was really indecent, and nobody paid any attention to it. Unfortunately, the atmosphere last years in the world of chess is becoming very toxic. But in any case, concerning me, well, I can state very clearly that there are major falsification actually of my position, which is happening. I never accused Daniel of cheating. What I did, I collected a very, very serious material, which clearly, and I will stand by it and I will prove it in any commission or wherever is needed, that it definitely shows that it has to be examined. That's all what I wanted. I collected documents. There were many strange things happening, and I just wanted it to be examined. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. And instead of simply examining it and giving the opinion, I started from the very beginning to be accused of misconduct, of accusations, but it's not accusations, suspicion-based, very based, argumented suspicion. And I can again guarantee you that there are a lot of evidence in this and other cases that it has to be considered. So, but it was not accusation, it was not baseless accusations as they pretend, and that will be a subject of my legal case, because I said many times publicly that it's not accusation, and I asked many times to consider it, but it was not done. And maybe this is one of the reasons why the strategy, very sad strategy, occurred, because, yeah, I mean, but in any case, I want to say that, of course, it's completely tragic what happened, and it's shocking, and it's really heartbreaking for me also, because of the especially circumstances, which probably we will touch later in this conversation. But I have no guilt in it, and these attempts, this very dirty, very organized, orchestrated PR campaign, which is happening now against me, is, well, will be a cause of many different cases, criminal and civil cases, which we are now preparing with my legal team. And so I can only say we will meet in court, and I'm sure that the court will understand, will see real facts, not PR, but real facts. And I have a lot of documents, facts, and
as you're saying, Vladimir,
from this.
You've claimed you have evidence of widespread cheating and say that FIDE and Chess.com ignored it. Why were your concerns overlooked?
Because unfortunately, there is a situation in nowadays world of chess where everybody understands, actually most of top players is expressing concerns, very serious concerns about cheating, also in money events. But it became very clear to me from some point on, when I started to work on it and to make a professional work concerning anti-cheating and a certain statistical analysis with mathematicians. And somehow, instead of support, from the very beginning, I started to meet very, very strong resistance. So it seems to me, and I'm pretty sure about it, even though it's my opinion, only that the forces which are now dominating in the world of chess, I would say financial and so let's say authorities, are trying to do everything in its power to to cover this issue, which is actually undermining, the integrity of the game in general. Because what is very important to understand for the public, for the audience, that the amount of money which is now in prizes of the events is it's millions of dollars. It's a lot of money. There is very little control, and the main difference also. That it's very easy to use. There are a lot of different programs. It's a whole industry of creating specially cheating programs to be able to cheat in chess games. And it's very easy to implement it, and the control is not enough, definitely. So, and there is a lot of money at stake. And considering this, I think that I started to raise this issue, but very soon I understood that I'm actually a subject of this kind of PR attacks, even though the latest one is the harshest one I ever experienced, but I'm getting these attacks for last 2 years already. So
as you're saying, Vladimir,
certain force.
Just so we're clear, do you feel that, and this is quite a revelation, that you feel because of trying to highlight the cheating in chess, as you're saying, you feel you describe yourself now as a scapegoat for FIDE and chess.com. Is that your belief?
I'm absolutely convinced about it, and it's not the first time which is happening. Now it's the harshest because of the certain circumstances. Because many people don't know about it, because actually chess.com, for example, is definitely the most influential force now in the world of chess by far. And they are having affiliated contractual financial relations with the majority of chess media, influencers, and also with chess players. So basically, there are very few people, prominent people in the world of chess who are not under the contract of chess.com. And so therefore, I don't have a chance to get my position across. And by the way, I would like to use this possibility to thank you for inviting me, because simply the general audience only listens to one side of a story, and this side of a story is, and I would not be shy to tell it, very often is false. And I can prove it. I can prove it factually. So, yeah.
You accused GM Daniel Naroditsky of cheating, but you didn't file an official complaint through FIDE before going public. Why?
I didn't accuse, as I already mentioned. I didn't accuse. And FIDE itself, FIDE themselves, they do not, they always said that it's a chess.com business, and they never touch this issue. So it is, so if you have a certain suspicions or certain requests, you have to write it to chess.com. So that's what I did. But also, of course, I also a year ago offered it to FIDE, as I mentioned. So chess.com didn't react to it, and instead of simply checking my data, I mean, not accusation, it's a very serious data, and they didn't do it. And what could I do? What could I do? Because this is a very alarming. For instance, I want to tell you, maybe this we will talk later when we come back to this tragic incident which happened, to the tragic death of Daniel, and I will explain you, for instance, one of the points of my I would say I was wondering about, which is very obvious to anyone. You don't need to be a chess player for it, but again and again, nothing was done. Nothing, not even a reaction. And so now, very late, because we lost a brilliant person, very young player, and it's very late, unfortunately, but too late, I would say, but at least now we can do it, maybe. Yeah? But it was not my fault. I was not hiding away. I was always responsible for my words, and I always can prove my words. And that's what I'm going to do now, if required.
Before his passing, Daniel Naroditsky said, ever since the Kramnik stuff, if I start doing well, people assume the worst. Do you feel any moral responsibility for the pressure he endured?
I mean, it's a long story. Again, of course, the point is that Daniel also said in the stream a lot of other things. I mean, again, the major media, chess media especially, they're trying to hide the facts that, for example, Daniel in his last year of life had many issues. He had many problems with chess.com. Chess.com fired him, I mean, from the position of the main commentator of the channel. I don't know why, but it was, according to his streams, some of them, of those I saw, it was really very painful for him. Then in July this year, just a couple of months ago, he was disqualified from a tournament for, according to chess.com, fair play violation. And also it was extremely painful for him because all these materials are public. I'm not inventing anything. But now, and he had some other issues as far as I know. So, and now, so what they're trying to do, all those sources, they want to put blame on me on the story which happened a year ago. And I think I didn't even mention Daniel's name. I mean, I didn't talk about him for months already. It's very obvious that there were many, many other alarming things happening since then. And and they're so alarming coming, let's say, I would like to talk a little bit about the whole episode of the strategy. And they're so alarming that I guess there is an attempt to hide it and to put immediately, very quickly, this very harsh attack on me, just to put all the blame on me. But this is, first of all, I want to state very clearly, this is totally unjustified. And it will have legal consequences, very clear, I promise. It will have legal consequences for anyone, any public figure who will try to defame me, to slander, and there is a lot of slander now, and it's based on simply not based on the truth.
And speaking of that slander, obviously some of your peers, former world champions like Magnus Carlsen, he called your treatment of Naroditsky, quote, horrible, and he said you crossed the line. How do you respond to Magnus Carlsen?
I don't know. What about the treatment of Magnus Carlsen of Hans Niemann, for example, or let's say Hikaru Nakamura, who actually said that I'm sort of responsible for the strategy. Yeah, what happened? Well, I would like to remind him many other things, how he was insulting a lot of times various chess players, including me. He was bullying me for months, and it's all public. All this is public. And also he was behaving with Daniel Naroditsky himself. You can read this document. I published it on my Twitter. You will see it's words of Daniel, and what he's writing is really alarming. So maybe I would rather say that, first of all, they don't know even half of what I know, and secondly, maybe let's everyone more, let's say, take care of themselves, of their own behavior. But I mean, if there are any examinations, any investigation, I'm always ready to stand by my words. I will present a lot of documentation, and then it's up to everyone to judge. But before giving me a chance, and this is maybe my first chance to present the truth, simply the truth, to start shaming and blaming, especially considering what happened during last 2 days of life of Daniel Naroditsky. This is really, I believe, immoral and very possibly illegal. My lawyers are working on it.
And as you mentioned, Hikaru Nakamura, he has responded. He says your behavior was cyberbullying, and he called you a disgrace to chess. How do you respond to Hikaru Nakamura?
He was bullying me for months. 2 years ago, he was, calling me all kind of names that I don't want even to repeat in public for months. And my response to all what he was doing and now doing will be in the court. Because everything what, all what I'm telling, it's all documented, all public. It's just that, of course, quite a number of things were erased from internet since then, but there is enough. First of all, I was recording it on my own, and there is enough of evidence for me to be confident about the court case which we are going to have with Hikaru Nakamura and possibly with some other people and or structures.
So you're suing Hikaru Nakamura, is that correct?
I mean, for the moment, we opened with my legal team. Yesterday, we opened a criminal case in Switzerland, where I'm based for many years already. We opened a criminal case on the huge amount of threats which I was receiving, death threats, very ugly, very direct to me and to my family. So we asked with my lawyer, we asked protection, federal protection from Switzerland. And this case is going to be open. Police is informed and searching for the criminals who were sending this, and there were many who were sending these death threats to me and my family. That is the first one. The second one is going to be open. I believe we need some time to gather the material, and probably there will be the third one as well.
And as you've stated...
definitely, I have no other choice now than to go legal. And I'm totally confident. I have all documentation. I was not lying. And what I tell, I can prove it with documents. And so no choice. If the world of chess in this situation, when everybody is afraid to speak out, about things which they many prominent chess people happily talking about it in private, but in public they are quite often telling different things. I don't want to release details of my private communication with many other players or journalists. So, but I'm not going to obey to these rules of the modern chess world and to cover everything, especially when it gets to misconducts which can be legal also. So that is a reason. That is the reason why I filed this complaint to the European Union Commission about to check chess.com, for example. I mean, it was about chess.com to check for the compliance with the major laws of European Union and also with SEC, American entity of the same kind. I'm not ready, and I'm not ready to play these rules with these rules. I mean, which I find sick. I'm sorry, and I know that it's very dangerous what I'm doing. I know it. I knew it. I was receiving quite a number of threats already before this story, but I just cannot stand it. I think the world of chess should be fair and transparent, and it's not now. It's very far from it. We have a world of chess nowadays where one force is dominating the world of chess financially, by influence, and basically everybody is playing according to the rules of this entity, and I believe it's totally wrong. I'm going to fight against it. I know that the force behind is extremely powerful. Billions of dollars of, let's say, forces, multi-billion forces, which are behind, which do not want to reveal that public knows about certain facts, which
and as you're going to fight, Vladimir, I'm sorry to interrupt, but just as you're going to fight, what outcome are you looking for?
Outcome, my outcome is that the world of chess becomes a better place, becomes less toxic, becomes fair and transparent, and probably cheating finally will be punished, and which is very often not happening nowadays. So that is my outcome. For the integrity of the game, for the integrity of the world of chess, and I'm ready to. I'm going to fight for it because it's too bad. I'm sorry, it's just too bad. And when I see, even now, when I have a number of players who contact me directly, privately, and actually speak with me very kindly and express support, but they're simply afraid. They're afraid to tell it publicly. And this is not the world of chess I used to know, and this is not the world of chess that I am ready to accept. Whatever price I'm going to pay, and the price can be very, very high, as we see by the recent developments.
FIDE said, great achievements confer a responsibility to uphold fairness and respect. Yourself, as a former world chess champion, do you believe that you have met the standard here?
Well, this standard, again, it's not up to me to judge. I believe I was fair. I was never insulting. I was never insulted Daniel. I never told that he accused him that he is cheating. No, it's not true. Even though there was one episode when he admitted himself. It happened once, long ago, whatever. I mean, this is documented. But I never told that he was cheating any other, at least time when, and well, the rest will be judged by somebody else. But I want to tell that this standard exists only on paper already, because in reality, it's becoming very toxic, the world of chess, and I'm by far not the one who is not doing the harshest things. And for instance, now I'm actually quite shocked, and I'm unpleasantly surprised that when for the last few days I get a lot of hate messages and direct threats, simply direct physical threats towards me and the family, whatever people think about me. But maybe I would expect FIDE, if they're so much caring about the integrity and the of chess and of chess players, maybe they could have at least make one statement to tell that it's not correct. I'm a chess player, I'm a former world champion, and when I'm receiving multiple threats, I mean, I'm publishing it, and there is a silence from FIDE, I don't think, whatever they think about me, I don't think it's appropriate behavior for the International Federation, frankly.
Are you afraid for your life?
I'm not afraid for my life, but I know that there is it's an option. I believe it's an option because it can happen, because I was working on certain things for more than a year already. And, I opened a certain Pandora box and so many things started to get out of it that I have a lot of information, a lot of very, very important information that I'm ready to share with any major media channel, with police, with FBI. I mean, I'm serious. It's not like, it is serious information. Also, I mentioned that I have something to add, if the police of Charlotte, because as far as I know, the death of Daniel Naroditsky is now investigated by the police, and I would like to help with a certain non-public information that I have. I'm ready, but nobody wants. Everybody is afraid to listen to my documents. It's not my ideas. There are a lot of documentation. My complaint with European Commission and with SEC is 63 pages of documentation. It's very based what I'm telling, and that's why knowing who is behind some structures in chess, I understand that there is a risk. Yeah, of course it is. But, if I wouldn't take risks, maybe I wouldn't have become world champion. I wouldn't have beaten legendary Garry Kasparov in the world championship match. I'm ready to take risks, but mostly I'm worried about my family, about the psychological shape, physical shape. But it is true. It is true. The rabbit hole is very deep there, I can assure you.
If the FIDE Ethics Commission finds you have breached its code, will you accept the decision publicly? And how will you change your conduct? And also, is this a wider conversation for change in the whole of the chess world?
To start with, I haven't been contacted yet by FIDE, so I guess they cannot really do this examination without finally asking for my materials. And I believe that when I will provide all the documentation I have, probably the verdict will be different. But if if they will decide that I was wrong and I wouldn't agree with it, let's say, let's just take it as an example, of course, I would go to court. If you don't mind, I wanted to speak a bit about what happened recently with Daniel Naroditsky and the situation which led there, and because this is extremely shocking, and especially now when everybody is trying to put the blame on me, but very few maybe people, or I mean people who are following the story who is not in the world of chess, they know that I was the only one who, after watching his stream a few days ago, 2 days before his death, it was so bad, it was so heartbreaking, it was so obvious that Daniel Naroditsky is in real trouble, physical trouble. I mean, he could barely speak, he was falling asleep, he was behaving in a very strange way. There was obviously a big problem. And so when, after watching some episodes of it, I immediately published on my X said, well, please help him. It's very clear there is something wrong. I mean, it's just obvious. And then instead, what was happening that people, I don't know, around him or people who are working with him, they were, I mean, a lot of people started to blame me, to convince that, no, you're just attacking him, and everything is okay, even though it was very obvious. And at the end of the day, finally, what was happening is that somebody started to erase a lot of videos, finally, which I really don't like, and seems to me that it should be a matter of the investigation of the police, but of course it's a job anyway, that all his streams from his Twitch channel were erased 1 day before his death. And is including this last stream. And this is, so basically what everyone, I mean, of course I'm exaggerating, but in general, what people cared about is that this very strange, very worrying, alarming stream of Daniel, the last one, unfortunately, that happened to be the last one, that actually it escapes public attention. And when I started to tell, okay, I don't mind that you erase streams, but help him. It's very obvious something is wrong. You need to help him. But what happened that actually for more than 1 day or almost 2 days, nobody came to him, nobody, did anything. And finally, he died. Okay, the circumstances, the official, verdict will be probably published soon, why it happened, but nobody did anything. So only thing what people were doing is blaming me for attracting attention, and I was really doing it, and trying to erase the evidence of his, let's say, strange behavior. And this is, I was so angry when I heard the news, it hit me like a hammer, because the same day, 2 hours before I heard the news, I was talking to a friend of mine, and I remember I was telling him, a chess player, he can confirm it, I told him it's very dangerous. They have to do something. Nobody did anything. And after we got this tragic news, immediately, like orchestrated, I started to receive insults, attacks. And maybe my first tweet after that was, maybe I should have first do it about Daniel, but I did later. But it was a rage. It was a desperation and rage, because it was obvious that it can happen. And then to blame me after, the only person who was raising, who was alarming, who was telling, do something, and nobody did anything. I was frankly enraged, and maybe that ended in this tweet, even though, of course, it was nothing against Naroditsky, but I was saying, well, guys, what did you do? Guys who were around, why did nobody help him when he needed it? And okay, now I am a villain because of this tweet, and just because I am who I am, probably of my face, my name, whatever. But I can assure you that, it's a very sad story. It's a tragic story, and only what I want to express, of course, a deep condolences to the family that, of course, we lost a very important figure in the world of chess, but I hope that the world of chess will become different after this case, and that such awful stories will not happen again. I really hope so.
And in regard to this, obviously, extremely tragic case, everyone in the chess world is heartbroken over this. I am Levi Rosman, also known as Gotham Chess, who's one of the largest channels in the world. He praised Daniel Naroditsky. He's urged for a more respectful discussion about cheating. How do you respond?
Probably yes, but it's very difficult when the entities which should check and should give their verdicts, they are inactive, they're ignoring it. And also, if Levi Rosman or somebody else is urging for more respectful discussion, maybe they should also, it should be related to everyone, not just to me, even though, again, I was always, I never made any personal attack or insult towards Daniel Naroditsky and anyone else. I really never do it. It should never get personal, and for me, it was never personal. And but unfortunately, it is extremely toxic. There are a lot of videos. First of all, let's say directly accusing of cheating during games. So many times, a lot of videos of, let's say, Nakamura, even Daniel himself, are doing it on camera. This is documented. So maybe we should have equal, I would say, equal responsibilities. And if I agree, it should be much more respectful. And yeah, I was one of the major targets of disrespectful and mocking and bullying for last 2 years. And I'm not inventing it. It's provable. It's all online. You can find it. But I fully agree with it. But then probably we should all do it. And you should not find scapegoats, and especially in this case, which is dramatic, and to use it for shame and blame for somebody whom you want to. I'm sorry to shut up. Yeah, I mean not to talk, not to reveal some things. This is unacceptable. But in general, obviously, yeah, I would really like the world of chess. It would be as respectful as it was when I was playing professionally chess, and it's not. It's very far from it now.
We're just out of time. Vladimir Kramnik, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to Arabiya English with me, Michal Prendergast. I'm here with the UFC CEO Dana White for a special interview to speak about some of the biggest stories shaping the future of MMA, from heavyweight showdowns and Saudi expansion to a historic White House event, Conor McGregor's return, and the future of streaming. Thanks so much for your time, Dana. I'd like to start with Aspinall versus Gane. How important is this for the heavyweight division?
Yeah, this fight's a big deal, not just for the division, but for both guys on Saturday. Obviously, if Aspinall lives up to what he's, expected to be, he should go in there and make quick work of Cyril Gane this weekend. Cyril Gane looked like he was going to be the guy up until, the John Jones fight. And, Saturday night's big for him. If he can go in and beat Tom Aspinall, and the guy's light on his feet. He got great hands, moves like a middleweight, goes to the ground. He's got a great ground game. It's a big fight for both these guys on Saturday, not just the division.
You're going to be in Saudi Arabia next week for Power Slap. Also, the growth of Zuffa boxing through His Excellency, one of your close friends, Turki Al-Sheikh. How influential has he been in the world of boxing?
No, I saw Power Slap and I thought that it could do well if it was presented right. And the live event is incredible. If you go to the live event, you immediately become a fan. And then as far as Turki Al-Sheikh with the Zuffa boxing, it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for him. I probably would not have gotten into boxing if it wasn't for Sheikh Turki.
And he's a close friend of yours now. What is it in particular that he's adding into the equation? Of course, they're investing a lot of money, but it's more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, listen, in boxing, it's all about the money. The big fights that you want to see don't happen unless, it took Saudi money to make those fights happen. And, I think that he has reinvigorated and kickstarted the sport of boxing. So enough to get me interested again. So, what he's done is pretty incredible.
You've called the White House UFC event the greatest card in fight history. President Trump has obviously played an enormous role in this. What has been your opinion of his influence in proceedings?
He was the inspiration, all of it. He's the one that asked me, I think we should do a fight at the White House. And I said, I'm in. Say when. So, yeah, it was his idea. He's got this big thing about the White House belonging to the people, and he wants to bring more events and more people to come and experience not just Washington, D.C., but the White House.
An octagon on the White House lawn? This surely provides an unprecedented security problem, especially after those assassination attempts. How is the UFC dealing with this?
It's a big issue, but that's going to be Secret Service, and there'll be less than 5,000 people there, and we don't even know how we're going to do ticketing yet. But the ellipse across the street, there'll be, we can have 85,000 people over there. We'll do screens and a big stage. We're going to basically roll in and take over Washington, D.C. that week. The UFC will.
Conor McGregor has announced on Fox that he's going to be fighting on the card. He's going to be fighting Michael Chandler. What do you think of that?
That's not true. We haven't made one fight yet. Not one fight has been made.
A bit of speculation from Mystic Mac.
Yes, he's speculating. Yes, he wants that fight very badly. I don't think there's any secret about that. He and I actually talked today, and he seems like he's in a good place mentally, emotionally, and now he's got to physically get ready if he wants to fight on that card.
Marvin Hagler, he famously said, it's hard to keep the hunger. It's hard to get up at 5 a.m. and go running when you're sleeping in silk sheets. Yeah. Is that the case for Conor McGregor now?
And on yachts. Yachts make it tough too. But yes, if we can get the motivated, fired up Conor McGregor, from the past back, then maybe he'll be headlining the White House.
You've got a long-standing friendship with President Trump. After the first assassination attempt, he called you. You were on holiday in Italy. You flew back and you gave the opening speech at his next rally. This is surely a testament to your friendship.
Yeah, it was. It's always an honor. I love the guy, and when he calls, whatever he needs. I love the guy. He's been a great friend of me for a long time, and yeah.
During your speech at Trump's rally, you said Trump is a real American badass. How do you describe his Democratic opponent, Kamala Harris?
I don't think I want to go there, but listen. Let's just say the right person won the election.
In this White House event, John Jones has stated he would like to be back in the running, or is the timeline too tight?
I don't know. We'll see. John retired and he wants to fight at the White House. The likelihood of him fighting at the White House is, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
We just spoke earlier about mentality and hard work as well. There's often a huge plethora of videos online now, often of you and Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, often advising young children about work ethic. How important is it today with a softer generation, let's say, to encourage people to work hard, to go above and beyond, to try and succeed?
I don't know. I don't think that. I mean, it's everything. If you have work ethic, if you have anything that you want to accomplish in life, any goals you've ever set for yourself, any dreams that you have, the only way to get there is by hard work. You have to work hard. You have to, lots of bad things happen every day that you have to power through. I don't ever try to come off like I'm trying to be some motivational speaker or anything like that. Most of that stuff is cut up from long-form interviews that I do. But there's no secret that I think that this younger generation is soft. And I also think that right now, with technology and all the things that are going on, there's never been more opportunity for young people than there is right now. So I say it all the time, if you got this much of it in you, it's all out there for the taking. Everybody, these kids have opportunities these days that my generation never had. Go get it.
Just to finish, Dana, the $7.7 billion Paramount deal is going to change the face of not only UFC, but sports watching. Everything is moving to streaming. How excited are you for this?
Very. And I think what makes me even more excited is how excited they are for this. So we've gotten the teams together a few times now, and the Paramount CBS people are so excited about being in business with us. It makes us even more excited being in business with them.
Dana White, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
There has been a proposal on the table for decades now. Declare the Middle East a nuclear weapons-free zone, like Latin America, South Pacific, Africa. That's an option. Iran has agreed to that option. There's one holdout, one outlier, Israel. So you had the option of turning the Middle East into a nuclear weapon-free zone, and we wouldn't be having any of these discussions.
American political scientist and activist Professor Norman Finkelstein giving, as ever, his very direct perspective on the issues behind Israel's conflicts with its Middle Eastern neighbors. Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. In the 13 months since I last spoke with him, the regional clashes have reached new levels, most recently with Iran and Israel trading missiles. I caught up with Professor Finkelstein at his home for a very candid conversation on where he sees things heading. Professor, it's really good to see you face to face. We've done a number of interviews remotely over the years, but it's good to sit with you face to face and have a chance to talk about what's going on. Now, since we last spoke about a year ago, things have changed quite dramatically, progressively worse, a lot of people would say. Now, let me start with just one of the more recent things. Donald Trump, as president of the USA, talking about Iran and Israel being in a conflict for so long, they don't even know what the F they're doing. It's unusual for a president to use the F word. What did you make of that when he described it that way?
Well, I think both sides know exactly what they're doing. I don't think there is any misapprehension. Israel has regarded Iran as a major regional rival for a very long time.
Rival or threat?
Rival for a very long time. They've always said that their chief, they call it the main threat to Israel, they used to say Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. Now, you will recall already during the build-up to the war in Iraq, there is a certain misapprehension. I'm referring now to 2003. Israel's first goal was not Iraq. Israel wanted to attack Iran. The United States had set its sights on Iraq. And the view back then, now we're talking about 20 years ago, the view back then was first Iraq, then Syria, then Iran. So it's been a very consistent policy.
Quite strategic the way you're describing it, yeah.
It's been a strategic goal. What changed was there's obviously a difference between an objective and the opportunity to achieve the objective. Now, when October 7th happened, Israel set as its first objective to, for once and for all, solve the Gaza question. There weren't going to be any more mowings of the lawn, as Israel called it. The Operation Cast Lead, Operation, that was 2008-9, Operation Pillar of Defense, 2012, Operation Protective Edge, 2014. There weren't going to be any more operations. We are going to solve the Gaza question once and for all. And the final solution to the Gaza question, it basically took three forms. One, ethnic cleansing. Two, make Gaza unlivable. And three, carry out a mass extermination. And those goals, they overlapped with each other. So at the beginning, it was ethnic cleansing. They hoped to push the whole population into the Sinai, but that the Arab states vetoed that. Then began the making Gaza unlivable with a mass extermination occurring simultaneously. Then Israel realized it could achieve other objectives. In the course of the Israeli genocide in Gaza, they realized they could disable Hezbollah. And that was always a strategic objective of Israel. And they achieved that goal, it seems. I'm not convinced it's been as devastating a blow to Hezbollah as has been claimed, but they obviously did some significant damage. And then they realized they could achieve their third goal, and that was Iran. So what did change was, even though this had been a strategic objective of Israel, they realized after October 7th, they maybe could achieve that goal.
If Israel was to give up its undeclared nuclear weapons, do you believe Iran would actually give up its goals?
We don't have, You know, we're talking about power. We don't have to act on faith. There's no question here of acting on faith. Everybody's now quoting the IAEA, right? They're saying the IAEA said Iran was cheating on some of the aspects of its nuclear weapons program, okay? Well, if you're quoting it, then you must believe the inspections work. You must believe the IAEA is competent to carry out the inspections. So then, what's the problem? It's not an act of faith, an act of trust. Were the inspectors correct about Iraq before 2003 when they said Iraq had no nuclear weapons? There were no weapons of mass destruction? Were the inspectors correct? Well, it turns out they were. So that means the inspections can work and do work, in which case it's not a question of trusting Iran. Speaking of trust, do you have any concept of how Israel acquired its nuclear weapons? Was it by acts of good faith and trust? There's a book by Yaniv Cohen called The Bomb. An Israeli wrote it, okay? And he describes in excruciating detail all the chicanery, all the spying, all the crookedness that Israel engaged in order to acquire the bomb. So it's not as if Israel's record is clean and we can trust it any more than we can trust Iran. I don't believe you can trust any state.
So I'm going to ask you, Professor, what do you think Iran would do with a nuclear weapon if it had one?
I think it would use it as a deterrent because I don't think it's a suicidal state. It knows fully well that if it were ever to use the nuclear weapon, it would be incinerated in the blink of an eye. The United States was, for its own interest, it was very happy to see Israel annihilate Gaza, so it transmits the message. If you get any idea in your head about a military option against Israel, look at Gaza or what's left of Gaza. Israelis are probably the most polled people on earth. You know, every morning we have to know what Israelis think, you know. It's so important to the future of humanity to know every morning whether an Israeli had one egg or two eggs, whether it was a boiled egg or an omelet. You know, everything about Israelis are polled because they're so important. So what did the polls show? The polls show for 20 months among Israeli Jews, 95% believed that Israel was using too little force or enough force in Gaza. About 5% thought Israel was using too much force. Okay? A poll about a month ago showed that one half of Israelis, 47%, one half of Israeli Jews believed that Israel should commit a genocide in Gaza. There is no ambiguity about the question. We don't have to go to a dictionary and parse the definition of genocide. The question that was put to Israeli Jews was, do you believe that when the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? That was the question. Do you believe that if the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question. Another poll about 2 to 3 weeks ago, it asked the question, do you believe there are any innocents, civilians in Gaza, civilian innocents in Gaza? The poll was taken of all Israelis, including Arab Israelis. 63% said no, there are no innocents in Gaza. If you eliminate the Arab component, it's about 70%. say there are no innocents in Gaza, which means the army can kill everyone. The opposition leader in Israel said, quote, "Our IDF kill children as a hobby." He was the head of the opposition, Golan. He said, everybody knows that. Remember, Israel has a citizen army. A citizen army in principle is a good thing. It means everybody should have to bear the burden of putting their life on the line to defend the country's independence and so forth. That's in principle correct. You know, in our country, only poor people do that. We don't have a conscript army. So it's a good thing, I think, that everybody should have to bear the burden of sacrificing his or her life to defend the country. But there's an underside. The underside is, if you have an army that's representative of the whole population, okay? It's a citizen army, and that army is committing genocide. That means a representative sample of Israeli society is committing genocide. Israel per capita has the highest usage of the web on our planet of any country in the world. They didn't see those starving images. They don't see the kids huddled with the pots begging for food. They don't see it. Is that plausible? Is that believable? Is that credible? Of course they know. The International Criminal Court has indicted Israel on charges of not genocide, but various war crimes, in particular using starvation as a weapon of war. Whether they will be prosecuted, I would say the answer is, the likelihood is zero. It took Karim Khan long enough to file the charges, and I can't see, and the ICC is not a court. The ICC is simply International Criminal Court is simply a contrivance of the West to prosecute and keep in line non-Western countries. For a long time, the ICC was called the International Caucasian Court.
Donald Trump has said he doesn't want regime change in Iran now because he doesn't want to see everything turning to chaos. I guess regime change in the region, many people have a lens on that from the past with everything from, attempts with Syria, Iraq, and so on. Regime change hasn't got a good record in the Middle East, has it?
It's hard for me to assess that. First of all, I hate euphemisms. It's not regime change. You're overthrowing a government. Let's be honest. Regime change sounds so sanitary. You're engaged in the illegal, the most gross breach of the UN Charter when you carry on in this way, and we should be honest about it. It takes Kofi Annan. It took him a very long time. I think he was out of office already. Kofi Annan, again for the listeners, because time flies, he was the Secretary General of the UN during the U.S. invasion of Iraq. And he finally came out, I think when he was already retired, and said it was an illegal war. He wouldn't say it while it was actually going on.
Just difficult for him to do so.
Yeah. Well, if it's difficult for you to do so, Mahatma Gandhi famously said, the most powerful word in the English language is no. You could have just stepped down. If you stay silent, nobody is putting a gun to Mr. Kofi Annan's head. Nobody was putting a gun to the IAEA head when he stayed silent that there was no evidence that Iran was engaged in a program to build nuclear weapons. So I don't accept it was hard. You always have the option to step down and not do dirty work by your silence. You have the option. In any event, I don't like this sanitary language like regime change. You are in grotesque, brazen, outrageous breach of the UN Charter. And we should just say that out loud. It's not regime change. It's overthrowing a government. Its record, you know, I think, do many people care that Libya was destroyed as a country? Do many people care that Syria was destroyed as a country? Do many people, people in power, do they really care that Iraq was destroyed as a country? I don't think they give a darn.
Is the world bowing down to Donald Trump? It seems, I mean, he was at NATO, and the NATO Secretary General, the Dutch head of NATO, current head of NATO, you know, referred to him as daddy, coming in to solve two arguing, two fighting siblings, perhaps, with Iran and Israel. You know, the references to him as daddy and the kind of nature and the way people are very keen to keep him happy, to assuage his concerns. Is he, I mean, is the world bowing to Donald Trump?
Look, he's an erratic figure. He's an eccentric figure. It's very difficult to, he's a narcissist. And so everything is contingent on his ego. Mr. Trump is not going to tell Israel to end its settlements. It's not going to tell Israel to give up control of East Jerusalem. The Palestinians might be forced to accept a rump state. That's possible. But a state that has any substance, no, I think that's good. But that's true of every administration. It was never going to happen. Look, Trump is a menace. I'm not going to deny that. Trump is a menace. But let's remember the facts. Who presided over the genocide in Gaza? Was it Donald Trump? Where was 90% of the death and 90% of the destruction? Did that occur under Donald Trump? The assaults on academic freedom in our country, the crushing of the encampments, the threatened deportations at the time, did that occur under Donald Trump? When 3 presidents of Ivy League universities were toppled, ousted, because they were insufficiently repressive of the encampments. Did that occur under Donald Trump? When Claudine Gay was removed from Harvard, when McGill was removed from the University of Pennsylvania, when Shafiq was removed from Columbia, did that occur under Donald Trump? This idea that somehow he represents a new phenomenon. Yeah, there are elements of him. You know, you can imagine Barack Obama. He used to read the morning briefings. You know, the intelligence community gave the morning briefings, okay? You can imagine Biden. He didn't read them because he didn't have the mental competence, but you would imagine that Tony Blinken, read them. In the Trump administration, Rubio reading them? No. Trump reading them? Forget it. Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer in that Oval Office somebody who's hyper-competent or hyper-incompetent. I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? Or a Blinken to a Trump? I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper-competent or incompetent in office. But you say, it's true, Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
I'm old school, so in the interest of journalistic sanctity, I have to point out your views. Your very strong views on people that you've mentioned are your views, which is fair enough.
Is there anybody in this room who believes that a large number of politicians and people in power are crooks?
Well,
is there anyone who doesn't believe it? Raise your hand.
Like I say,
I don't see any hands raised.
Look, I'm old school, so I have to always. My opinions don't come into this, so I really am very clear about letting you speak. But I do point out that these are your views and they're very strong, and it makes me wonder: how have you been allowed to speak out in such a cutting way for so long?
Well, easy. Nobody listens.
Or maybe everyone listens, but no one seems to challenge you to the degree that, I mean, why has there not been a stronger kind of, and I'm just asking your opinion, campaign against you for speaking out to Israel? Most people who, might be in your position.
Khan.
Please, Riz.
Riz, brace yourself. I never had a job. I never had a job. I wrote the only book, Political History of Gaza. I wrote the only one, Gaza, an Inquest into Its Martyrdom. The only one, the only scholarly book on the subject. There is, in respect, Sarah Roy of Harvard, she wrote the major economic study of Gaza. The only scholarly political history of Gaza was written by me. It came out from University of California Press. It's a distinguished publishing house, okay? Academic publishing house. It's never been mentioned anywhere. I don't, even in like the radical chic places like London Review of Books, or the cool woke places like the New Yorker magazine, you will not, if you do a search, you will not find one mention of that book anywhere. And you know what? I'm going to toot my own horn. It's a damn good book. Professor Chomsky said, in terms of its range, its sweep, its depth, its analysis, he said it's in a class all its own. I have a roof over my head. I have food in my refrigerator. I don't fear usually for my life. So I didn't pay that price. But I said by conventional standards, I paid a large price. I have a PhD. I'm not trying to toot my horn. I'm just speaking objectively. I have a PhD from Princeton University. I was never able to get a job.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.